don't know where we're getting the feedback from. Are we okay? Definitely.
Okay, good. We are back. There are always those, when you're live, there are always those technical hitches. I hope they will not reoccur. But as I had said, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker. She comes with over 25 years of experience at the World Bank across multiple regions. More than 22 countries that she operates in. This is none other but Franke, who is currently the practice manager at the bank based in Washington, D.C. In the southern and eastern region, that is of Africa, she oversees a diverse portfolio of operations and analytical work. This, of course, includes the emergency Locust response program. She is leading the country teams and regional initiatives to address key agricultural challenges, to bring resilience and transformation in agriculture in our region. So please allow me to welcome Forke to take the floor. Please, you're most welcome, ma'am.
I'm destroying your mic right in the morning. Well, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, delegates, colleagues, and friends, all protocol observed. Good morning, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you today and tomorrow for this really important regional workshop. We gathered here with a shared purpose: to strengthen the regional capacity for the desert locust surveying and early warning. This is not just a technical matter. This is about food security, livelihoods, and resilience for millions of people in the Horn of Africa. The desert locust is one of the most destructive pests in the world. Its ability to multiply quickly, travel long distances, and consume almost any vegetation makes it a constant threat. The 2019 to 2021 upsurge, which affected most of your countries, is still fresh in our minds. It was a crisis that reminded us that our preparedness is only as strong as our collective action. During that difficult period, the Emergency Locust Response Program, ELRP, supported by the World Bank, provided a lifeline. ELRP is a regional program that supported Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and IGAD. It helped scale up surveillance, provided modern tools, trained personnel, and supported environmentally responsible control operations in the field. This engagement proved the power of working together. But today, ELRP has closed in most of the participating countries except for Ethiopia, where implementation still has about another year left. The desert locust threat, however, remains. We must learn from our experiences and build upon the foundations laid by such programs as ELRP. That is why we must shift from crisis response towards sustained, country-led, and regional coordination systems. To carry forward these lessons and visions, the World Bank mobilized a bank and executed trust fund under the Horn of Africa Umbrella Trust Fund. The trust fund is linked to ELRP, dedicated to strengthening regional integration of desert locust early warning systems through three areas: capacity building of national teams, a data collection platform, including the customization of KOBO tools for harmonized reporting, and knowledge sharing and regional exchanges among countries. So one of them were here, I guess. You know? The main role of these efforts is to build on ELRP efforts and support that systems, skills, and data flows are in place so that countries can collaborate effectively. This approach is fully aligned with the Horn of Africa initiative, especially its pillars, building resilience and human capital development. By investing in technical expertise, human resources, and regional cooperation, you can greatly enhance your ability to detect, predict, and manage locust invasion before they become a plague. Looking ahead, I see three clear priorities. First, strengthening survey capacity. Countries must continue to invest in modern tools such as remote sensing, unmanned aerial vehicles, and digital platforms, while also engaging communities as the first line of surveillance. Farmers, herders, and scouts know the terrain best, and their early alerts are invaluable. Second, enhancing early warning systems. This means combining local reports with satellite and climate data, improving forecasting models, and incorporating climate change scenarios. And most importantly, forecasts must be communicated quickly and reliably to those who need to act. Third, deepening regional coordination. DLCOEA, IGAD, FAO, and your national teams all play critical roles. But coordination only works if we share information openly, plan together, and build trust across borders. This gathering provides a platform to make this happen. And further regional meetings, joint trainings, and real-time data sharing will be important going forward. The World Bank is proud to be a partner in these endeavors, supporting governments and regional bodies through ELRP and now through the Trust Fund. But the sustainability of desert locust management systems is critical and will depend on countries and their regional organizations taking ownership. What we know from experience is very clear. Prevention and preparedness are far less costly, both in financial terms and in human suffering, than emergency response. By acting early and acting together, we can protect agriculture and safeguard the future of millions in this region and contribute to the prevention of deepening food security crises. The desert locust does not respect borders. A swarm that begins in one country today can devastate its neighbors tomorrow. That is why the borders of this region must never be barriers to collaboration. This workshop is therefore not only about systems and tools, it's about renewing our shared commitment. Together we can build a more resilient early warning system, strengthen our regional preparedness, and ensure food security for our people. Let us take forward the lesson of ELRP. Let us make the best use of the trust fund mobilized under ELRP, and let us commit ourselves to working together for a strong, safer, and more food-secure Horn of Africa. Thank you, and wishing all of us a very successful workshop.
Thank you very much, Franke, for that keynote statement and welcoming us to the workshop. So rolling on, we will call upon our first country representative. This is none other. We are going alphabetical, so none other than my friend, the PS from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Djibouti, Tabarik. Please, welcome.
Excellency, Madam Representative of the World Bank, Minister and the Head of Delegate, the distinguished representative of IGAD, DLCO, and the partner, dear expert, ladies and gentlemen. I am speaking on behalf of Minister of Agriculture of Republic of Djibouti, who unfortunately could not be with us today, but who has asked me to convey his message for support, regional solidarity, and a strong commitment to coordinate fight against the desert locust. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering here at a strategic moment for our region. The locust phenomenon, which we all know only too well, remain in the direct threat to food security, the resilience of rural community, and the economic stability of the Horn of Africa. 2020-2021 invasion had a profound impact in our country. In Djibouti, we faced the arrival of massive war in several regions, particularly in the north and the pastoral area, where control measures were still insufficient. Excellency, in the face of this challenge, prevention remains our best weapon, and this requires effective early warning system, real-time data sharing, a strong harmonization, and a sustainable regional coordination. In this spirit, the Minister of Agriculture of Djibouti welcomed the organization of the regional workshop led by the World Bank under the Regional Fund program with the valley support of DLCO and the IGAD. Ladies and gentlemen, we express our full support for the objective of this meeting, which aim to conciliate a common vision of technical challenge. Identified gaps of our monitoring system, strengthening institutional and human capacity in each country, build operational and coordinated solution at the regional level. Djibouti is actually engaged in the process. Our ministry has strengthened in the field team, investing in training and the digitization and implementation data collecting tool adapted to the local reality, such as Capo Toolbox. However, we need technical and financial support from a partner to feature advanced data integration, forecasting, modeling, and ecological monitoring of breeding area. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the 2 days of work ahead for us, we will not only enable us to take stock of the effort currently under, but also to formulate concrete recommendations that are shared and the political support by each of our states. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, I reaffirm and willingness to work hand to hand with the country of the region, IGAD, DLCO, the World Bank, and all the partners present to build a robust, responsive, and integrated Locust monitoring system. Thank you for your attention. I wish you effective discussion and a concrete result at the end of this work. You know, as you know, I'm saying that we are in the Djibouti, the gate of the desert locust. That's why you must be taken care from Djibouti. We are in the Horn. If the Horn move, all Africa will be moved. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Tabarek. Moving on swiftly, we go to Ethiopia, and we have Sister Balanesh to deliver the statement from the State Minister, the representative. You're welcome. Yeah. You must admire this, dressed in the traditional, one of the traditional Ethiopian dress. You're most welcome, my sister. Thank you.
Honorable guests, ministers, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome you on behalf of the State Minister for Agriculture and Horticultural Development of Ethiopia to this important workshop focused on enhancing our response to the desert locust threat. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer and all participants for their commitment to this case. I also extend heartfelt thanks to the World Bank for its ongoing support in various forms, technical, material, and financial. Honorable ministers, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is vital to Ethiopia's economy, contributing 34.87% to our GDP, 83.9% of exports, and employing
62% of our workforce. However, our agriculture productivity faces challenge from migratory and invasive pests by climate change. As a frontline country in the desert locust crisis, Ethiopia lowland region are particularly vulnerable. Desert locusts pose a significant threat to our agriculture, especially during three breeding seasons: spring, February up to May, summer from June to October, and winter from November to January. From 2019 up to 2022, locust upsurges are affecting over 311 districts across the country, far extended past outbreak levels. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture oversees pest management through the Plant Protection Directorate, which collaborates with organizations like FAO and DLCO to provide early warning. Our survey team, composed of experts from various agriculture sectors, collects daily data from field and report it to a national database. The World Bank has played a crucial role in launching the Emergency Locust Response Project, aimed at supporting monitoring and controlling, restoring livelihood, and enhancing capacity. However, we face several challenges. First, logistic issue. Accessing remote and insecure areas for surveillance remains difficult. Resource constraints. Despite international funding, we require more equipment and trained personnel for sustained operation. Third, data management. There are inconsistencies in survey practice and information flow between district and the National Operations Center. Then, regional collaboration. We need a stronger partnership with neighbor countries to effectively address this issue. Honorable guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen, as we engaged in discussion today, let us remember that the fight against desert locust is not solely a national responsibility, but a shared global challenge, as the interconnectedness of our ecosystem means that locust outbreak can have far-reaching implications beyond our border. Therefore, fostering partnership and collaboration with neighbor countries and international organizations is essential for effective management. Additionally, let us focus on collaboration strategy to strengthening our surveillance and early warning system. Together, we can safeguard our agriculture and ensure food security for our commitment. In conclusion, I urge each of you to actively participate in the workshop discussion, share your insight, and contribute to the development of robust strategy that will not only address the immediate threat posed by desert locust, but also build resilience for the future. Together we can ensure food security, protect livelihood, and safeguard the environment for generations to come. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful discussion ahead.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Moving on, we were expecting our other sister, Honorable Zahra Sige from the Federal Republic of Somalia, but unfortunately she could not make it. But we have a brother stepping in on her behalf, and this is Abdi Fattah. Abdi Fattah will deliver a statement on behalf of the State Minister.
Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to
to represent and speak on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation of Federal Republic of Somalia at this important regional coordination workshop. I really thank the World Bank who have made this gathering possible. I may take this opportunity also to thank IGAD, DLCO, as well as the government of Kenya who has hosted us today. Somalia has endured the harsh reality of this locust upsurge, especially between 2019 and 2021, when swarms devastated crops, rangelands, as well as livelihoods. These events proved one undeniable truth. No country can confront the desert locust challenges alone. During that time, in Somalia, the desert locust affected more than 46 districts. That now, today's gathering is a fiddle by working together with trend in surveillance, sharing real-time data, and coordinating rapid response. Somalia's commitment to contribute actively to regional platforms, enhancing cross-border collaboration, as well as integrating ill warning into our broader resilience strategies. We especially value investment in capacity building, equipment of field officers with modern tools and skills. It's important as providing equipment and resource. Excellencies and colleagues, our goal is clear: to move from lessons to action and from commitments to results, so that our farmers and pastoralists are better protected. I assure you that Somalia will play its part to ensure that the outcomes of this workshop are not only discussed here, but also effectively implemented. Together with solidarity, innovation, and determination, we can build a region that is prepared, resilient, and able to safeguard the food security of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdel Fattah. We are going to close the country presentation by calling upon, it's no longer the youngest nation. We used to say the youngest nation, but it's a big boy now, big girl, the Republic of South Sudan. Yeah, they've come of age. So Honorable Lily Albino Ako, please take the podium. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And indeed, we are not young anymore, but we are still learning. We are running, breaking things here and there, and we are getting there. Thank you. So, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols remain observed. Good morning to you all. The government of South Sudan, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, of course, as part of this regional effort, received a grant from the World Bank towards the cost of the implementing the Emergency Locust Response Program, ELRP. Given the emergency nature of the project, the goal is to have a mixed investment that can contribute to reducing food insecurity and chronic malnutrition in the country. The major objective of the emergency response project is to respond to the threat posed by the locust and other pest outbreak, protect and restore livelihoods, and strengthen systems for preparedness in South Sudan. Pest incidents across the country have affected crops at the production and post-harvest level, causing losses, and most devastating is the insurgence of quilla birds in some parts of the country, especially in Rang. It's also one of the migratory pests that really affect crop production in South Sudan and cause damage. And also we thought that is one of the pests that we need to focus on in terms of controlling. Having said that, I'm glad on behalf of the National Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to participate in the Regional Coordination Workshop on strengthening early warning systems for desert locust surveillance and management, aimed to enhance regional collaboration and technical capacity among member states in surveillance, data management, forecasting, and early warning systems. These are very critical areas that will lead to effective pest surveillance and control in order to minimize crop and pasture losses and subsequently improve food security. Pest surveillance plays a very critical role in the early detection of pests, finding new pests before they become established across a wide area, increasing the chance of successful eradication. Pest control is critical to minimize crop damage. Without regular pest control, our food supply would be smaller than it already is. Both, of course, have economic implications that impact on food security. In terms of South Sudan, our president has already declared agriculture as a priority to improve food and nutrition security. And through this workshop, as we are here, I am very sure that we will learn as we hear to our neighbors and other states share their experiences, key lessons learned, and all these lessons will enable South Sudan to strengthen its early warning system and approaches, leveraging on tested best practices in the region. Under ELRP, I'm pleased to share with you the key activities and achievements that South Sudan is able to attain so far. In terms of surveillance and control measures, South Sudan was able, and this project in South Sudan is implemented by FAO and also UNOPS, which really did a great job in ensuring the early systems warning and the pest control mechanisms are in place. So they were able to train government officials on pest surveillance, monitoring, and early warning system at both the national and the state level, because the ERP is implemented in 4 states, which are in the borders with the neighboring countries, and the areas targeted are about 10 counties. So this is a big number. So a lot of training has taken place there. Also, the project was able to help in the areas of mobility in terms of surveillance and data collection, whereby the officials that were trained were given motorbikes and vehicles for mobility, especially in the remote areas. They were also equipped with mobile phones in order to communicate and send data effectively. Also, under this project, there was also training made, and it helped in identification of fall armyworm. It's also another migratory pest that is causing devastation. African armyworm, green grasshopper, quail birds, and tree locust. Also about a good number of national task force members and government officials at the county level were also trained in control measures for desert locusts and other pests. Materials and guidelines for pest control measures, radio awareness programs were also initiated under ELRP in terms of as part of the extension services offering training on the radio and TV. So all in all, we want to say that the project, although it is closing, although it closed in December last year. It went well, and we were able to do a lot in terms of technology, data management. There's a radio room that is established at the headquarters of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Also, there's a data center that is there, connected with all the other 10 states and the counties. Also, under the program, they were able to establish the etymology lab, and it is the first lab in South Sudan. And this lab will provide a lot of information and a lot of research. So all in all, as a country, we are very pleased with the level of regional collaboration established under the Emergency Locust Response Project by involving regional institutions with track records in building the capacity of the government and establishing a strong networking, which will help the ministry to use the contacts made during the engagement for future collaboration for better and improved food and nutrition security and livelihoods in South Sudan. I want to thank again the World Bank, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity. And as you said, as the newest country, we are always in much need of support, technical support, capacity building, and of course in terms also of funding, so we are able to sustain the project and we are able to build on the achievements that are already made. We are a very, very vulnerable country because the locust comes, literally all our neighbors are attacked by locusts and we are in the path. So there's no way we can escape that. So I think when we put our collaboration together and with help from our partners like the World Bank, we will be able to avert any crisis that will be caused by these migratory pests, especially in sustaining the food insecurity, which is something that we are striving as a country to achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lily Akol. We now want to move to our partners. Other than the World Bank, we have several partners who are working in this particular area. And I would like to call upon a UN agency that is really on the forefront. As the Honorable Minister has mentioned, FAO is one of our strong partners when it comes to this particular matter. So without further ado, allow me to welcome Dr. Wakcho Jateno, the Assistant Rep of FAO in Ethiopia. Please.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to represent FAO to address this statement from FAO. FAO, as FAO, we are highly appreciate the leadership of the government, regional bodies and development partners in organizing this workshop. I think most of you are familiar with the role of FAO. FAO as a technical UN organization mandated to such engagement. FAO has been there supporting the government in combating desert locust. We have long history of supporting in the Horn of Africa. FAO decades, FAO has been there supporting the government and supporting the government in addressing this challenge. Just to highlight some of the support areas, FAO supported in early warning systems, surveillance, and capacity building of officers. As you know, FAO has expertise at HQ level and at sub-regional offices and the country offices. So we have been supporting in different areas. Just to highlight in 2019 and 2022, the recent upsurge, FAO supported, particularly in Ethiopia, the capacity building, provision of equipments, and also the technical expertise. Dear participants, excellencies, we know that this desert locust is transboundary by its nature. It requires collaboration, and one country cannot address this problem, so there is a need to collaborate in order to address this challenge. So this gathering shows us our partnership and the collaboration in order to address the challenge. Therefore, the regional strong coordination is very important. As FAO, from the experience from the previous engagement, we highly recognize the campaign coordination, the effective campaign coordination, the need for the human capacity, particularly the expertise, and the need for proper management of logistics and supplies. Those are the key areas. So as government and development partners, we have to get prepared for any emergency situation. So these are the areas that we like to be emphasized. As FAO, we continue to provide technical support and capacity development. FAO will continue to work closely with government, the LSO, IGAD, and the World Bank, in particular in this area. So let's continue partnering in order to address this challenge. As I've said, from our side, these are one of the important areas. So on behalf of FAO, thank you very much for inviting us, and I wish fruitful discussions and the practical outcome from this workshop. Thank you very much.
Be speaking is DLCO, the Eastern Africa. We have with us Moses Mwesigwe, who is the Director General, to deliver a statement on behalf of this very important organization in our region. Welcome, Moses.
Thank you, MC. It is Moses Mwesigwa.
Mwesigwa.
Yes. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, country delegates, representatives from the World Bank, IGAD, and other partners, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the existing protocol. I thank, first of all, the World Bank for making this possible, organizing this workshop, and bringing all these brains together to forge a way forward regarding desert locust issues. And I will not forget to thank the Republic of Kenya for hosting this meeting. Desert locust plagues threaten agricultural production, food security, and the environment in the Eastern Africa region and beyond. Invasions are usually in areas far away from the breeding grounds, what we usually call frontline countries. Studies have shown that a total of 65 countries in Africa and Asia have been found to be affected by desert locust plagues. And as the World Bank representative already mentioned, we know that swarms can travel up to 120 kilometers per day and nearly completely consume croplands, rangelands, and natural vegetation within a very short time. Invasions and outbreaks have been intensified by extreme weather events because of climate change and climate variability, as was observed in the recent outbreak of 2019-2021. The invasion devastated livelihoods in many countries in the region, and it costed millions of dollars in control efforts and impacted heavily on the environment. Desert locusts can have damaging effects on agricultural productivity, the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, and the gross domestic product growth in many African countries, particularly in the Eastern African region, what you're calling the Horn, as we all know that it is heavily dependent on agriculture. And climate change exacerbates desert locust and other migratory pests breeding and spread. It is therefore critical to enhance the capacity of the mandated bodies and the countries affected in early warning, applied research, preparedness, and harmonized coordination in addressing the desert locust challenges in the region. Early warning and early action remain critical in the management of migratory pests in the region, which therefore calls for effective forecasting and information management using reliable data, as well as deploying advanced technology in pest surveillance and control. As you rightly mentioned, it has been observed that interest, resources, and capacity declines whenever the desert locust is in recession. Surveys are not undertaken due to logistical challenges, limited capacities, security problems in some areas. Donors and partners are not usually eager to support the regional organizations and affected countries for enhanced preparedness to address future outbreaks, hence affecting the effectiveness of future control efforts. This initiative of the World Bank, therefore, is a positive step to enhance regional preparedness, especially in coordination of early warning systems. About DRCO, DRCO is a 9-member country organization that was formed by International Convention in 1962 and has been at the forefront of desert locusts and other migratory pest management in the Eastern Africa region for over 6 decades. DRCO manages desert locusts, as the name suggests, but also does quillia birds, African armyworm, and the tsetse fly, and other emerging migratory pests. The organization's mandate focuses on 4 main areas, that is aerial survey and control of desert locusts and other mandated and emerging migratory pests, forecasting of migratory pests, information sharing and coordination, applied research on migratory pests, pesticide use and safety in the region, and the 4th one is staff capacity building in the member countries, especially from the plant protection departments of the ministries of agriculture. In as far as information sharing is concerned, DRCO shares monthly pest situation reports and forecasts with member countries to enable them for early action and conduct, we also conduct migratory pest management capacity building trainings, both at country level and at regional level, in collaboration with partners, mostly such as Desert Locust platform, which was housed at ICPAC IGAD. More efforts are, however, needed to maintain the sustainability of these initiatives. Monitoring and early warning, forecasting, and reporting is one of the key strategic objectives of DRCO in the 2023-2028 strategic plan that was approved by the Council of Ministers, which is the organization's top policy body. Our participation in this meeting, therefore, enhances the efforts to address this critical objective. We are committed as DRCO to share experiences, identify the gaps and opportunities, and leverage on the partnerships in order to enhance the region's preparedness in addressing the desert locust challenge. I look forward to the recommendations at the end of this two-day meeting because I believe it will take us another step forward. I thank you all and wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My ancestors must be turning in their graves. This is because I draw my ancestry from Uganda, and to mispronounce a name like Mwesigo, I will pray that my ancestors forgive me. Without further ado, I want to call upon Ambassador Walhe from, I hope this time I've pronounced the name correctly, from IGAD Food Security, Nutrition Analysis, IFRA. Please, Ambassador, Your Excellency, you're most welcome. Yeah.
Distinguished guests, distinguished minister, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of development partners, it is my honor to address you today on the remarkable impact of the Emergency Locust Response Project, ELRP, a project that has been central to safeguarding a livelihood and food security of millions of people across the greater Horn of Africa. When the desert locust upsurge struck our region in 2019-2021, it was one of the worst in decades, threatening crops, rangelands, and the very foundation of food security. Through coordination, surveillance, and control operation, the ELRP has helped vast hectares of cropland and rangeland across IGAD member states. By doing so, averted the loss of food for millions of people and saved livelihoods that depended on agriculture and pastoralism. Farmers were able to harvest their crops, pastoral communities maintained grazing lands for the livestock, preventing deeper hunger crisis. The LRP has strengthened collaboration among our member states. For the first time, joint cross-border surveillances and control missions were conducted, ensuring that the locust threat was tackled at its source rather than shifting from the country to another country. IGAD facilitated the establishment of a regional platform to transboundary pest management, enabling technical experts, governments, and partners to share data, coordination, operation, and build a common strategy. A powerful demonstration of these investments came in 2023 when early signs of new desert locust breedings were detected in frontline countries. Thanks to IGAD enhanced coordination and information sharing mechanisms, member states were able to conduct joint surveillance and launch rapid control operations before swarms could spread widely. Another significant contribution was the reinforcement of early warning surveillance systems. IGAD linked past surveillance data into the East African Hazard Watch Form, a digital open access system that provides interactive risk maps and near real-time monitoring of hazards across the region. To sustain these innovations, IGAD also invested in the procurement of dedicated servers to host the transboundary pest early warning system. This infrastructure has enhanced the reliability, speed, and interoperability of data exchange between member states, creating the backbone of a future regional observatory on transboundary pests. Sustainable efforts were also made to enhance institutional and human capacity at both national and regional level. IGAD convened a regional workshop, training, and exchange learning sessions, bring together experts from across the region, harmonize methodologies, strengthen early warning protocols, and standardize pesticide management practices. By building these technical skills and promoting cross-country knowledge exchange, the project ensured that the capacity built will outlast the emergency response and strengthen preparedness for the future pest invasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the ELRP has demonstrated that regional solidarity, timely action, and strong partnership can turn a crisis into an opportunity. From averting hunger for millions to building the digital and institutional foundations for pest management, the project has left a legacy that we must now consolidate and expand. As we reflect on these achievements, let us recognize the journey ahead. The threats of climate change, recurring droughts, and emerging pest invasions remain real. But with the lessons of the ELRP, IGAD and its member states are better prepared, more connected, and more resilient. On behalf of IGAD, I wish to sincerely thank all our member states, the World Bank development partners, and all frontline workers for their commitment and dedication. Together, we have protected lives, safeguarded livelihoods, and laid the foundation for a more food secure and resilient region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we now go to our hosts, we have Teresa Karanja, who is the Deputy Director of Agriculture in the State Department of Agriculture, Republic of Kenya, to speak on behalf of the Principal Secretary, Dr. Rono, who could not make it. So Teresa Karanja, our hosts, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Allow me to recognize the presence of the World Bank Reid, Dr. Farouk, the other World Bank team that worked very hard to organize this meeting. I recognize the ambassador and the representative from IGAD in this meeting. I recognize the presence of the distinguished ministers from the member states. I recognize the presence of the director, DLCO, Moses. I recognize the presence of the other members, the plant protection directors that are in this room, other government officials that are with us this morning. I recognize even the presence of the media team that ensure that we document what we have done, and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, allow me to step into the big shoes of my Principal Secretary, Dr. Rono, who was not able to join us this morning, and express our gratitude on behalf of the government of Kenya and the people of the Republic of Kenya that the organizers of this workshop, they chose to come to Nairobi. So karibuni sana. Yes, we are honored to have been chosen to host this meeting. And as we know, the theme of this meeting is strengthening surveillance and early warning systems for desert locust management. Just like my other colleague ministers, let me take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the World Bank team for your leadership when our country and the region at large were faced with one of the worst plague of desert locust in the year 2019 to 2021. We are very grateful that through your support and through the support of the regional bodies, that is IGAD, the DLCO, the FAO, we were able to strengthen our national and regional capacities. We were able to support in the establishment of data and information management systems. We were able to enhance our monitoring and forecasting systems. We were able to execute precise field control operations that saved the other neighboring countries from the plague spreading further and further. We were also supported to be able to package technical information materials, and we are very grateful even for the other things that we are able to do. For sure, the way the national government, the regional is not where we were in the year 2019. For sure, we have grown, and we are very sincerely, very, very grateful for all the investment that you did. As a house country, our task is simple, just to ensure that the team that is here, and we are grateful that the organizing team were able to choose this hotel, Movenpick, that is at the center of the city of Nairobi. And I know this facility gives us a very conducive environment where we can now be able to engage our brains and be able to translate the experiences that we are going to share from our experience from the various countries. And we hope by the end of tomorrow, those experiences will be translated into practical actions, and we'll have a more enhanced, coordinated mechanism. So I employ, or I request all of us to be able to share freely and be able to share our experiences together. We will be stronger when we are working in a coordinated way. So why are we here? We are here because we recognize that Desert Locust, although we had a very effective control from the 2019-2021 invasion, we recognize that Desert Locust still remain as one of the most destructive transboundary pests. We recognize these pests, including the Queria, the African migratory locust, the tree locust, the armyworms, and the rest. They do not require a passport. They will freely cross the border from one political boundary to another, and therefore we need to continue discussing, we need to continue pulling together to ensure that we have systems that safeguard the food security of the citizens of our nation that are looking to us. And we are very grateful for the concerted efforts that have gone into place in the past. We are also very grateful for the financial investments. Indeed, together we have been able to protect the livelihoods of our people and be able to even have a better coordination mechanism for the regions that we present. I'm very delighted to note that most of the people that are here during the invasion that took place in the year 2019-2021, most of the people that are here were in the front line. Most of us, they tasted what it means to be under a huge threat. And therefore, we are very sure that we recognize that early warning, early preparedness, for sure is going to become the game changer. It's going to ensure that we save the livelihood and the food security from our nation and from the calamities that would take place when these migratory pests are not taken care of. Therefore, we appreciate that we need to continue talking together, and that we pray that at the end of this workshop, each one of us are going to share freely what we were able to experience and be able to translate what the experience of one country was, put it together the experience of the other country, and transform that into a regional coordination mechanism that takes care of what already we know works best. As I come to the conclusion of my opening remarks, I wish to remind us that in this workshop, we have key areas we need to zero in or to put our emphasis or our focus on. One is to look at how can we continue to ensure that we have the common risk map. I know DLCO, as the director have said, they give us monthly bulletins. We also appreciate FAO. They have continued to give us also periodical reports that give us the threat. They are able to tell us which countries are the threat, so that the neighboring countries can also be able to ensure they put their house in order. So this is an area ensuring that we have a seasonal risk map that tells one country and the other, what is happening, and ensuring that we are able to monitor and be able to determine when the threshold has been reached and when we need to swing into action. So ensuring that that regional risk map is continually updated and shared is going to be very critical to protect the food security of the region at large. The other area we need to look at is the issue of information and data, that we ensure that we have a seamless system that ensures that national data and region data is shared across the various structured systems. I know even in individual countries, we have structured systems, we have the national government, we have the devolved government, we have even the front line. So how can we ensure that when the farmers notice something, the data can be disseminated in a seamless manner from the local level to the national level and from the national level to the regional level, for ensuring that the decision-making is informed by data. Another area we need to look at is the issue of forecasting. Yes, how can we ensure that we use the GIS, the historical swarming data, to ensure that this, we continually transform it into systems that are user-friendly. We don't want to continue using systems that are very complicated. We want data collecting systems that even the frontline extension workers, the administrations can be able to use and be able to give us data. The issue of area preparedness, that I know so far we have said we appreciate the systems that we have inbuilt in our country and even into our region, but we need to ensure that those systems do not degrade, that they continue to be kept in a working environment, that within a very short time we can be able to trigger and have a nationwide system to control any innovation that may be threatening our country. And finally, the issue of financing the human capacity, ensuring that the regional desert Locust information officers, and I know they do not serve only to look at the issue of desert Locust, they look at the other migratory pests, that they will have regional retooling for these officers, that will have joint simulations for these officers from time to time, because definitely we know there are those who are joining this team who are fresh, there are those who are retiring, so how can we have joint simulations? And how can we also enhance even peer learning, that these officers can be able to move from one country to another, to especially the breeding countries, innovation countries, and be able to have peer learning and even joint simulations to ensure that they are able to have up-to-date ability to report and to be able to track any progress or any population build-up of the desert Locust and other migratory pests in their country. So I wish to call us to action, that we know that for us to have the cost-effective response system that will safeguard not only our national interest, but even the regional interest, is to have a coordination approach, have a well-coordinated approach. We also need to ensure that as neighbors, we share information freely. That once we know we are under threat, we don't hide. Let's reform our neighboring countries. That surely with this, something that is going on here, you need to put your systems in place, just in case the migration is not contained in the initial outbreak country and they spill over to our neighboring countries. So let's think of how can we continue to forge closer collaborations, and therefore we are grateful for this workshop. I know we have met in the past, but this workshop also gives us another opportunity to explore modalities of how we can forge closer working mechanisms as a region and be able to safeguard the food security of the citizens, the millions of the citizens that are looking to us who are members of the Ministry of Agriculture from the region and even the regional bodies. They are all looking to us to be able to ensure that we safeguard the national food security and ensure that our citizens are secure. So I wish to thank the World Bank once again, wish to thank the regional bodies for your investment and what you have done, and we are looking forward even to more investment into issues of pest surveillance and even capacity, human capacity, infrastructure capacity, to ensure that the region continues to be safe from migratory pests. So with those many remarks, I welcome you once again to Nairobi, Kenya, and at this juncture, allow me now to declare this regional meeting officially open. Karibuni sana. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Teresa Karanja, for that wonderful welcoming and opening statement on behalf of the PS, the Principal Secretary. Please pass our regards to him, and we really appreciate your presence, and colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture from the Republic of Kenya. We want to take a few minutes to get to know each other. We want, before we go for our group picture, to immortalize this very important occasion, to know who we are in the room. So we'll go table by table. I'll skip this table because I think you already know them, but I'll go to the second table, those who had not spoken, to at least introduce themselves. And the way I want this to be done is just give us your name, the organization that you come from, and the country or the region that you cover. If that is in order, I'll pass the mic, starting with my sister right here.
My name is Sintayo. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia. I'm the head for Food Security Coordination Office in managing under that Desert Locust Project and Productive Safety Net Program. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hayal Selma. I am a senior irrigation specialist in the World Bank office based in Addis. I'm also task team leader for the Ethiopia ELRP. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mukhtar Mahmoud. I'm Director of Agriculture to Djibouti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Yasu Tsagay from Ethiopian Ministry of Agriculture, MND Specialist for Emergency Locust Response Project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zabdio Salato. I am from Ethiopia Ministry of Agriculture, a pest management specialist for Emergency Locust Response Project. Thanks.
Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kimathi. I'm an early warning expert from IGAD Food Security, Nutrition and Resilience Analysis Hub, and I'm also the technical lead for the ELRB project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rahel from World Bank. I work in the ELRB team in Ethiopia.
Good morning. My name is Falege Elias, working in Desert Locust Control Organization for Eastern Africa as a Chief Information and Forecasting Officer. That's it.
Falege, everybody knows you. We were just making a joke over breakfast that he's the father of locusts in a light way, but please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdul Fattah Abdurrahman Arab. I'm from Djibouti. I'm an environmental monitoring expert. I'm one of the first experts involved in the desert control under the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Solomon Murate from Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia. I'm working under Ministry of Agriculture in Plant Protection Department as plant protection expert and desert locust information officer.
Good morning. I'm Mwagi Zakaria, working with Plant Protection and Food Safety Directorate.
in Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Agira Esbon, working in the Ministry of Agriculture, Directorate of Plant Protection and Food Safety, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Muganda Don Carlos Ishmael. I also work in Kenya, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Plant Protection and Food Safety Directorate.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Troy Anthony is my name. I work for the Ministry of Agriculture here in Kenya, also as a Desert Locust Information Officer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Abu Abil Kabat from Ethiopia Ministry of Agriculture. I am working as Acting Plant Protection Director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gate Enish Simon from Ethiopia Ministry of Agriculture. I working at Migratory Pest Survey and Control Operation Team Leader.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Uluban Chabera from Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia, Plant Protection Department. I am working as a pest risk analytics expert.
You're welcome.
My name is Masfin Gitaon from Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia.
Okay, good morning. My name is Girma Brook. I'm from Ethiopia and LRP Safeguard Specialist on Environment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Saifa Hailu. I came from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia. I am Social Safeguard Specialist for the ELRP.
Good morning. My name is Tabansha Supai. I am from South Sudan. I am the Acting Director General of Plant Protection and the National Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Republic of South Sudan. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maurice Felix. I work with FAO South Sudan, Plant Protection Officer, and serve as well the Project Manager for LRP.
Hello to you all. CPA Jane Olivio, a representative from the Embassy of South Sudan, Nairobi, Kenya.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adut Akolakol from South Sudan. I'm a private secretary to Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Good morning. My name is Shehu Salau. I'm a senior agricultural economist with the World Bank. I'm based in Juba, South Sudan.
You're most welcome, sir. I think, is there anybody else we've left? There is a gentleman behind there that it might be important to get to know. This is the person who is capturing our proceedings.
Good morning. My name is James Ogola. I'm a communication specialist and helping with the recording of your discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. So on that note, I just appeal that for all the statements and the speeches that have been made through your peers and maybe through you, if we can just get hard copies in however raw they are, even if they are handwritten, we'll try to decode and make sense of it. So we want to go to our group picture. This will be taken by the pool. This is on the second floor. So there is a bridge over the swimming pool. Please don't dive in. It is still too early, too cold. So later on in the evening, you're most welcome to take a dive, a dip. But for now, let's just walk. We can either go straight to extreme end and use the stairs to the second floor, or use the lift to the second floor and then go across to where there is a green carpet is where we are taking the picture. Okay, thank you. Let's do that for the shortest period and then have our tea back here in the lobby. Okay, thank you. Shall we reconvene, please? Shall we reconvene? Thank you. So just make it big. All right. Put wide, up, down, up, chin. Full screen. Okay. So I hope you had a good break. Are we full house? Yes. So we will start by getting a presentation from Rahel, who will make a presentation giving us an overview of the whole initiative that brought us here, and more so focusing on the objective of this workshop. So Rahel, the floor is yours. You will make the presentation from here? Okay. So I'll just stop there.
What is it? So, good morning. I hope you had a very good tea break. So I will be presenting about the initiatives that brought us here today. Most of you are part of the large ELRP project from different countries. This initiative is different from that one. It's supporting the project in a very short time with a very limited budget to facilitate the knowledge sharing and shaping the data sharing going forward. So I will be presenting on this one. Can you go back? Yeah. Go back one. So the title of the initiative is, as it was mentioned by Frau K. earlier, it's a small trust fund. That's the initiative supporting strengthening regional integration of the desert locust early warning system initiative. I will be also providing overview of the objective of this workshop. So as you know, emergency locust response program, it's a multi-program approach that the World Bank is using to address some of the challenges related to the locust emergencies. It has its own development objective, as you have already implemented in your respective countries. It is to respond to the threat posed by the locust outbreak and to strengthen the system for preparedness for similar emergencies that might affect going forward. So in terms of regional coverage, as you have already noticed, it's supporting the coordinated effort that's already there to address the challenges locust emergency. We have Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan. We also have IGAD as part of this project. In terms of component, as you know, we have around 4 components. The first one focus on surveillance and control measures, and the second component focus on livelihood protection and restoration, and the third one focus on coordination and early warning preparedness. As it is a project, we also have a component on project management. No. Can you go up? One more up, I haven't finished, sir. Yeah, in terms of budget, as you know, it has an envelope of 500 million, and it's supporting different activities like infrastructure, capacity building, technology use, control measures, surveillance, and early warning activities across the different projects in different countries. Brazil. We are having some challenge with the, okay. So this initiative it has its own objective. We are focusing on surveillance and early warning system. So the objective is to strengthen the desert locust early warning system through enhancing regional cooperation, capacity building, experience sharing, and improving data collection across different countries. So in terms of component, the project, this initiative will focus on capacity building mainly, tool development, building on the existing initiatives in different organizations, and it also focus on regional coordination and knowledge exchange between countries and also from other countries who has a better experience in this area. In terms of expected result for this initiative, it's looking for enhancing locust early warning systems, enhancing the centralized data sharing and dashboard. It's looking for strengthening the regional collaboration and skill application of different experts that are working with different ministries in this area. In terms of budget line, as I mentioned, it's supporting the existing project ELRP. It has a very small budget, 200,000. It will be supporting different activities in 1 year. As the parent project of this MEP will be closed in December 26, so this small trust fund will be supporting activities in this remaining period.
We'll just take a short break to connect to our colleague who is online.
Okay. Shall I? Okay, thank you. So these are the key activities that the initiative will be supporting in this 1 year period. The first one is regional coordination workshops. So the initiative will finance regional workshops to promote collaboration, experience sharing, and among the regional stakeholders, countries, and organizations who are engaged in locust-related initiatives. The other activities that will be supported by the initiative will be providing technical support to customize the data collection tool to ensure that we have similar tools using across the countries and we are able to share data among ourselves. And the other one will be providing, it will also support providing capacity building trainings for experts engaged in the area from different countries. And it will also support knowledge exchange visits. The initiative will be supporting experience sharing from other countries who have a better experience and systems to areas related to surveillance and early warning system management. When we see the performance indicator and targets of this small initiative, so in terms of result at higher level, we are hoping to improve coordination among countries and creating a centralized data sharing system and platform. At intermediate level, we are hoping to enhance coordination among East African countries, possibility of having a memorandum of understanding for sharing different data and enhancing the skill of experts in the area, and also making sure that experience which are out there out there on the Locusts are shared among the countries. So in terms of indicator, we have cross-border coordination mechanism is established. That's one of the objectives that we are looking for at a higher level. We are looking for MOU to be signed between different countries for this data sharing. And the other one, from the trained experts, we are looking for 90% of them to really use or apply, to really use and apply the knowledge they get from the capacity building training of this initiative. We are looking to organize 2 high-level regional workshops. This is one of the regional workshops that are planned in this initiative. We are targeting to train selected 40 experts in this area and standardizing the data collection tool. We are focusing on COBO toolbox to support, because there are different initiatives already on this area. And we are looking for 1 experience sharing to be conducted within this initiative period. So this workshop that we are in today, it's part of this small initiative. So the objective is to really to enhance and harmonize regional collaboration and technical capacity among member countries like Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan in Locust management, surveillance, forecasting, and early warning systems in the region. So as you have already seen, we have different. We already have the program. So we'll have different speech and country presentation which focus on their experience. We'll have a discussion, and we'll try to have really workable recommendation from this workshop. We have a diverse participants. We have tried to engage state ministers, directors, and other organization leaders in this area. So in terms of collaboration, we really look for a better collaboration among the ELRP countries, so that we can identify the gaps and also build on consensus to have a workable recommendation around this. Next slide. So in terms of expectation from this workshop, we have 3 expectations to be fulfilled. The first one is enhancing regional collaboration, experience sharing. So the workshops aims to strengthen coordination among us and give us a platform to share experience based on what we have already done with LLRP in different countries. So we are hoping to share that experience in the area of local surveillance and early warning system, because that's the theme of the initiatives that we're working on. The other expectation is we'll be able to identify key technical areas that will help us. What are the key gaps in this initiative, in this work of Locust, and what other things that we can really pick for things that will be going forward, and that will be also addressed by the actionable recommendations that we expect, that will inform what we can do within this small initiative, and also guide the future engagement of Locust initiatives going forward. So this is what I have here. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Rahel. I don't know if Ayesu, you have anything to add after that good presentation? You're good? Okay. I think we've gotten a full picture now of why we're here, based on the speeches that were made earlier on, and now Rahel has really wrapped it up, looking at the initiative as a whole, but more specifically this workshop, this regional coordination workshop, and then other activities that we will follow through, including the exchange visit. I'm I'm privy to the information that I think it will be in Tanzania, where we have one of the best practices when it comes to the pest, the desert locust control. So we have a few minutes, which I will use, unless there is somebody who wants to raise a quick question or comment. Please, Teresa.
Thank you very much for that presentation. My point of clarification is, one of the identified activities under this project is the issue of development of data collection toolbox, including even Kobo Correct and others. So my question is, would there be need maybe to first identify what systems are there in the different countries, find out whether those systems are working, and whether maybe we can look at what we can do to harmonize that. I also have in mind, I know my sister Emery is here. She was also at the ISPAC also trying to drive that issue of data correction. When I talk on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture here in Kenya, after the desert locust invasion, one of the identified gaps in the country was the issue of ICT data system. So after that, besides the activities we implemented under the Emergency Locust program, we also reached out to a partner. That is the Center for Resource Mobilization. They are based here in Nairobi, but they have member countries, over 20, I think over 20 countries. And they were able to lobby for some little resources from the Bill and Melinda Gates. And we were able to develop an app, what we are calling the crop protection app, that now as a country, we are hoping that we can secure resources to be able to roll out countrywide, such that all the frontline extension workers can use that mobile app to be able to report any pest incident. So as we look at this project, looking at how we can develop a data collection tool, maybe it will be important to identify what is there, what is Djibouti doing, what is Ethiopia doing, what is Kenya doing. Is there something that is already there that we can work on and make it better for all of us? Thank you. Sorry, my point of clarification was a bit wrong, but it was important to clarify that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Madam Teresa. Maybe, Rahel, you wanted to say something?
Okay, so as I mentioned, one of the objectives of this workshop is to identify what we have and what we can learn from different countries. So when we prepare this small trust fund, the assessment we have is there is a possibility to use Kobo toolbox to use as a standard. But it's open, we're going to have experience sharing from different countries, and we really like to hear and learn what has been done in Kenya, Djibouti, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. So we're going to have a more discussion on this one. So that will be something that we'll be looking together. I also, if you want to add.
This is exactly right. This is what we are going to do going forward. We are going to hear the experiences of each of the countries and learn what are available and what we can do better. So we fully agree with your suggestions. Thank you.
That's the spirit. So we want to build from that presentation and go to the country presentations, really where the rubber meets the road. That's what they say, yeah? Or is it the road meeting the rubber? Whichever case, they still meet. So we have 2 countries that will make presentation before we go for our lunch break. So we have 1 hour from now, and that hour will be split into 2, 30 minutes each. So we have the representative from Djibouti, Mukhtar Mahmood, who is the Director, Plant Protection Department in the Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Djibouti. If you can just come, maybe you present from the, you want to present from there? Or you would like everybody to see you. So if you can please come up front here. We have your presentation, so we'll be rolling it out. I'll be looking for you just to give me a cue to go to the next slide. And then if I can also have Zerubabel Kiberte.
Zerubabel Kibret will be the next to present. Get ready.
I tried to practice that name the whole night, but I still failed miserably. So if, please, you can join Mukhtar at the front. Yeah, not the Mukhtar, and then the other person also, you can sit together, and then one presentation after the other, back to back, and then we can have a small discussion before we take our break. Okay? So without further ado, let me just bring Mukhtar's presentation on the screen. Mukhtar, the floor is yours. The mic.
Thank you, colleagues. I represent my name. I'm not Mukhtar. Mukhtar is here, he's the director. My name is Abdul Fattah. I'm one of the Djibouti's team. As I mentioned before, I was involved since 2019 with the FAO project. I was the one of the Locust expert who benefit from the FAO is support to receive some training in Mali to combine desert control in Djibouti in terms of environmental monitoring. So I'm going to present you this presentation for Djibouti, what we have done so on, and then what we have as a system, what we have done, the effectiveness of our system we have in terms of desert control. So first of all, as you know that the importance of surveillance and the early warming, you know that Djibouti is exposed to extreme climatic hazards, as the whole Africa has suffering from now 2 decades the prolonged droughts, flash floods, and the head waving and regional cyclone. An effective alarm system save life by quickly targeting evacuation plans, water distribution, and the food distribution also, may also health assistance. As you know that Djibouti population is originally come from the pastoral area, and the early warming is about the depletion of pastoral helps preserve herds, which as the main source of income for those people. The availability of real-time data helps to anticipate and then to adopt the anticipatory plans for water and the fodder shortage. This will reduce also agricultural losses. It supports also the planning of national food reserve and then the implementation of social safety nets in advance of crisis. So a robust monitoring and early warning system is not a cost, but is a strategic investment for the security, health, and the economic of Djibouti. So Djibouti's practices, we have many. We have systematic ground surveillance, monitorized patrol from the regional area. When is Djibouti, as we has many times mentioned, that Djibouti is a transit country because, as you know, the desert locust is coming from Arabic Peninsula, and then it's come to Djibouti to transit and go through to Ethiopia and the other neighboring country. So we have also sampling methods and ecological survey, transect and the quarter. This is the activity and the prices we have already done in Djibouti. When there is a control operation, so we made a counting ground locust and they evaluating density number by meter square. We do also data collection on vegetation, special species present on that area, and the phenological stage to know is this a gregarious or other thing. And also endemic condition for the soil mature. We have also notation of weather condition. We know that the outbreak it's come when the weather is very bad. It's so we especially talking about when we have a heavy rainfall. This is condition suitable for the outbreak. And then also we have also some digital tools and the information. We use a system of Locust tree application with the FAO support on tablet or smartphone for georeferences, observation entry. For the digital tools, they help us to have real-time transmission to the Desert Locust Information Service of the FAO, which consolidate and send back to the regional system. Also, we have as a practices, we have the good relation and the international collaboration. So with Ethiopia and Somalia also. The part of Somalia we call Somaliland, so we have this exchange of information and also practice with these people. Djibouti, so data collection tools available currently are Locust, and then also we have field equipment like GPS portable devices, tablets, and then for the ecological kins, we have many instruments to measure social moisture and collect a plant sample and estimated biomass. For the monitoring frequency, so we have when there is outbreak, we have the routine surveillance as we did annually. So this is a regular survey organized by the Direction of Agriculture and Forest, and also is a sub-regional office with us they concentrated in the area, in the regional level. So even when there is a calm period also, we do the surveillance. So when there is a favorable season for investigations, so we have Djibouti 3 period times for rain. So the period between March and June, and also July, October. So we identify survey every 1 and 2 weeks as a humidity vegetation promote laying and larva growth when there is outbreak. So monitoring also during regional alert period, if we receive some information from the regional level, so or with our neighbor country like Ethiopia and Somalia, so that period also we do surveillance, or also we mobilize of cross-border joint missions. The effectiveness of this system is accessibility and the easy of use of helicopters. This is a digital application. Also, we have pesticide management and good pesticide management. We use aircraft to cover a wider area in less time. And also effective collaboration among the various institutions involved in the local control, Locust control, like environment, health department, and the regional department. So our best experience we can mention here is that Djibouti have tried to set a degree for establish and Locust control center. So this is an ongoing also project. So we are looking for some support, financial and technical support to implement this center. We use test-made kits for treatment for the agent before, during, and after the operation. This is related to the sanitation monitoring. This was a one-day training that we have received with the support FAO. He was taking this training in Mali, 2021, and then I was one of the experts who was benefit from this training. So after we did the treatment, so I was involved to get to support. The one was training to make the health monitoring with this agent, so to do this test-made kits. So our pilots was also trained by private operator, using also is a basic experience uses of aircraft for spraying to have a less time, and then effectiveness operation. Training of the trainer. So sometimes we do in the regional level, so some training for our people who are involved in this treatment. So awareness also in terms of communication, so awareness raising among the host population. The population was training to, when there is an outbreak, to inform, because they are in the front. So this is to have a rapid response. So these people was informed and sensibilized also the outbreak when it occurs, so to contact directly the Direction of Agriculture or even the Minister to have this anticipatory plan. So we have many challenges. So as we say that aircraft is permanently parked at the airport, this is very costly because you have to pay some taxes to the airport. So the reduction of the exorbitant cost of aircraft unkeeping and maintenance, also in terms of maintenance, this also is a challenge for Djibouti. Acquire new surveillance and the control vehicle, because we just only get it from the FAO 4 or 5 vehicles, so it's not enough. When there is a enclave, or we say that when there is so far area where there is some outbreak, so this is not accessible. So I think that this is limit our intervention. Building pesticide storage, sell to international standards, reinforcing the intervention capacity of the local units in terms of to updating and then to give them some new training. National strategy for transboundary best. So as we have working since the 2 years with this project, we need that this strategy should be effectiveness in our country. Limited infrastructures, data management use. We said that to get data in the real time is we have the application, but in sometimes we need to have a connection. Also, we need to have a platform. So this is not very easy. Resource in terms of financial also is very is construct, as we know that we are at the end of this project. Climate variability also one of the challenges can be reduce the effectiveness of our transport, because we know that Djibouti is very exposed to the extreme condition. Community engagement, sometimes it's not easy that we have the full engagement of the community. Also, at this time, our coordination with the regional level is, we can say we can appreciate. It's not very strong, but we need that it's become very strong. So potential area of collaboration, as this is a regional coordination and a policy of harmonization in terms of pesticide also. Surveillance, and also this is to reinforce also surveillance, early warning system. Resource mobilization and funding. This is the, as they say, the French, this is very important. This is l'engoulement, d'étranglement, that in French is making that this is, we have to take consideration that resource mobilization is a key factors that help a country to get rapid response to, for the operation. Emergency response and contingency planning. I think that we need that our country will develop this kind of contingency plan. Public awareness and education also. Technology transfer innovation. So we have also to have integrated best management, as we have already identified some kind of technical, as we need to promote those who are not have a long-term impact in environmental issue. Monitoring and evaluation, also this is very important, because we have to monitor the progress, but also to know if this is what we needed at the terms of the techniques we use to combine desert locust. Also research and development. This is also very important. We need to involve our research and office or department to have the best method to combine desert locust. And also we need to have this continued capacity building and training for the people who are involved in these activities. What we have recommended is to secure international support from our donors, strengthen regional cooperation of, I think at least, as we say that Djibouti, we considering as a transit area, but if we concentrate our effort in that area, I think that the outbreak is not going through to our neighbor country. Investing in surveillance and early warning systems, enhancing communication network among the regional and the neighboring country, policy and the regulatory framework to have some regulatory text or decree, or I think that to have a regional regulation framework. The adoption of advanced technology. I think that the last time we have talking about the metarhizium is a natural agent can be used. We didn't use it till now because we use always melatium to combine, but if we use this natural organisms as a agent to combine the desert locust, it will be very benefit for the environmental issue. Also, we recommend also to have this capacity building, always to update and then to train more people to have this kind of continue fighting against the desert. Because I think that is my last slide, and then thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arap Abdul Fattah. Arap in Kenya has a totally different meaning. If you remember, one of our presidents was Arap Moi. Arap actually means son of. But so you are adapted Kenyan. So the next presentation, we go to Zerubbabel. We're just feeding. We're just making sure that our colleague in Washington, D.C. is able to also follow the presentations online. So. So, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Abubakar Kabat. I'm an acting director from Ethiopia. I'll present entitled Overview of Surveillance and Early Warning System in Ethiopia with the content of, I will give you a brief to the content introduction on importance of surveillance and early warning, survey methodologies employed in Ethiopia, data collection tools available currently, frequency of monitoring, effectiveness of the system, Ethiopia's best practice, challenges, potential areas of collaboration, and lastly, recommendation. My first topic is introduction. As you know, Ethiopia is located in the Horn of Africa, sharing borders with Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, Sudan, and South Sudan. Estimated population of 130 million. It is the second largest populace in Africa. Ethiopia is a frontline country of transboundary pests like desert locust and other transboundary pests, Cula, fall armyworm, and African armyworm. Ethiopia depends on agriculture, most of the economy based on agriculture, so this kind of early warning system is very important for Ethiopia because of millions of farmers and pastoralists are affected by these desert locust outbreaks. Ethiopia also a very risky area because of very near to the Arabian Peninsula, which is the entry point for desert locust. The other issue also environmental vulnerability. Ethiopia have diverse climates, which are arid highlands and grasslands, which is very suitable for transboundary pests. The main objective of this surveillance early warning system are to detect threats early, to enable data-driven decision, to enable rapid response and minimize impact. The last one is to ensure food security. This early warning system is very important to do this kind of objectives. The next topic is importance of surveillance and early warning system. This system is important to detect threats early, to enable rapid response, protect food security for communities, reduces economic losses in agriculture, prevents biodiversity and ecosystem, enables smart decision with real-time data. Without early warning system and early detection, we can lose a lot of yields in Ethiopia. We lose our economy, our ecosystem, and biodiversity can affect without this system, because this system is very important. In Ethiopia, different kinds of methodologies employed. The major one is field scouting and visual inspection, mobile data collection tools, aerial and remote sensing monitoring for hotspot detection, community-based reporting from pastoralists, farmers, and extension agents. As I mentioned in the introduction, Ethiopia is a big country. Its economy is dependent on agriculture. So without this community-based reporting system and this remote sensing system, we can't reach all over the country and can detect these transboundary pests. There are different kinds of data collection tools available currently in Ethiopia. Their uses are for real-time pest reporting, for georeferencing mapping, for visual documentation, for data integration and analysis, and for decision support. Before in Ethiopia, a lot of data collection tools worked. The major one is Locust 3. Locust 3 works in remote hard-to-reach areas, includes a tablet with custom software. Field staff collect and send real-time data via satellite. Data goes to national locust centers, support the situation assessment, forecasting, and early warning system. This Locust 3 working to collect data from remote areas. It has a data sheet. It can take a picture, take a video, and transmit data online from the source to the FAO center in the room. The next data collection tool is Locust 3M, which is using on a mobile app. Locust 3M is doing field surveys and control labs, send data to National Locust Center and FAO, ensures no key info is missed, allows direct field to headquarters reporting. Now, this Locust 3M data tool is not functional because of lack of fund from USAID. The other data collection tool is pay-per-performance. Without the use of other data collection tools which are based on technologies, our farmers or development agent pastoralists can collect data on pay-per-performance and transmit to the experienced or trained personnel in their region or another. The next data collection tool is Locust 3K, which is collect an alternative to Locust 3M Pro, supports English, French, and Arabic forms from language can be changed anytime. This Locust 3K collect tool is now we want to upgrade and use in different parts of Ethiopia, because most of the others, as I mentioned on the above, Locust 3E, Locust 3 and Locust 3M Pro are not working because of different reasons. So this Locust 3K is very important to upgrade and use and capacitate our data collection system. In Ethiopia, there are UAV unmanned aerial vehicles and fixed-wing aircrafts, which are using for dual purpose for spray and data collection tools. Ethiopia have 2 survey drones, which are working currently, and we are on the way to purchase 2 spray drones with the help of or with the support of World Bank. Maybe we'll buy on 2026, and we have to use this UAV to this system to surveillance and early warning system. As you know, Ethiopia have 5 fixed aircrafts, which are bought for spray during the absence of days of the locust. But now currently we commercialized it to state-owned farms to get or to support themselves, because their management cost is very high, and now there is no desert locust after 2021. There is no desert locust, so we bought these fixed aircrafts for the management of desert locust, but unfortunately, with the help of God, there is no desert locust, so we are using these aircrafts for commercialization. The other Ethiopian data collection tools is Earth Ranger software, which integrates remote sensing, aerial and ground data, monitors ecology, rainfall and wind, tracks sprays and survey vehicles, estimates surveyed and treated area via GPS, monitors weather for safe aircraft navigation, tracks treated areas and chemicals used, generates daily, weekly, and monthly reports. This Earth Ranger is very important to track and navigate aircrafts where they are, and we can give tasks for aircrafts and also spray vehicles. The other topic is frequency of monitoring and surveillance. This frequency of monitoring surveillance is based on the desert locust condition or invention of situation. We can do monthly surveys during low risk periods, weekly monitoring in breeding seasons, data, daily data collection during invasion peaks, rapid response surveys after outbreak reports, and seasonal desert locust surveys. In Ethiopia, we have summer, winter, and spring seasons. All of them are very important to collect data. Mostly in summer, Ethiopia means is most of Ethiopian farming plants, almost 75% of Ethiopian farming plants is on summer season, which is from June and September. During this time, the main breeding observed and the other desert locust situation happens in the summer season because there is precipitation, vegetation, and which is suitable for desert locust feeding and breeding. Winter season is in Ethiopia is beggar of dry season from October to February, which is locust activity is usually low due to dry condition, but some breeding may occur in irrigated or moist areas. Spring means short rains, which is from March to May. Another active season with increased breeding and swarm development. In Ethiopia, the main season is summer, which is very important to transboundary pests like the desert locust. So we are doing seasonally on summer, basically. As I tried to mention before, this system is very effective. This system is very effective because of to detect early, to facilitate timely intervention and control measures, to reduce crop losses and protect food security, to enhance coordination among stakeholders, to improve data accuracy through real-time reporting, and support risk forecasting and resource planning. The next topic is Ethiopia-based practice. As I tried to mention, Ethiopia is a big country and mostly affected by the desert locust on 2019 to 2021, and Ethiopia done a lot of things. The major one is regular expert training on desert locust, biology survey and control, community awareness and scout training via local reports. A lot of communities have created awareness and training for scouts. Extended survey conducted with digital tools for real-time data, a strong ground and aerial control during 2020 desert locust upsurge. Ethiopia procured 5 fixed aircraft and 2 desert locust survey drones. Ethiopia are now trying to establish 3 migratory pest control bases near hotspots with the help of World Bank. The other best practices started regional cooperation via MOA with Djibouti. We have signed memorandum of understanding with Djibouti and Somalia. Ethiopia have strong federal and regional collaboration, use of geospatial and satellite technologies, regional coordination via the LCO, FAO, and IGAD, deployed locust pest management system for smart pesticide management. Action taken from 2019 to 2021, Ethiopia rented 30 aircraft and helicopters for aerial control, 70 field survey vehicles deployed for ground monitoring, 37 vehicle-mounted sprayers used for large-scale treatment, 5,000 backpack motorized sprayers distributed for targeted spraying, 200 federal and regional experts mobilized for surveillance and response. You can see the observed and the expansion of the magnitude of desert locust. You can guess from this data in Ethiopia, a lot of areas, almost half of Ethiopian areas were covered by desert locust during 2019 to 2021. The total area of surveyed during this time, almost 10 million, 0.7 hectare, and infested 1.7 million hectare. Total treated area is 1.1 million hectares. There is a lot of challenges in our early warning system. The first one is poor information sharing and collaboration between countries, limited funding restrictions-based monitoring and early warning, shortage of trained personnel for monitoring and alerts, weak and lack of coordinated regional efforts, insufficient data sharing among affected countries, collaboration gaps, weakened to prevent strategies, no centralized data hub, database in the Horn of Africa. The next topic is potential areas of collaboration. We need to collaborate with our regions in the Horn of Africa, regional coordination and information sharing, joint surveillance and monitoring, strengthen regional collaboration, joint capacity building and training, resource sharing and logistics support, research and development, policy and standard operating procedure harmonization, cross-border awareness campaigns. As a recommendation, we as a team recommend to secure steady funding for pest monitoring, promote cross-border cooperation with agreements, implement ongoing training for skilled personnel and equip surveillance teams, regularly update capacity building programs, use AI, drones, remote sensing, and apps for monitoring, build a real-time early warning system, strengthen local digital infrastructure, establish structure-based survey system, promote cross-sector task forces, ensure sustainable funding support, engage community via with awareness and apps, apply best practice from survey and early warning system models. Thank you.
Amasegenalo. That's all the Amharic that I know. Okay. Oh, that is what it says up there. Oh, it's all Greek to me. But thank you very much. We just have a few minutes before the time that we had allocated. I have a request that I need to communicate to you, and this is from Somalia. Abdi Fattah would like to make his presentation now before lunch break. I don't know what we are good? Yeah, yeah. It's too early to take another break. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Since we've already warmed up to this, so Abdi Fattah, democracy works. So they've all agreed that you make your presentation. Where would you like to make it, here or there? Yeah, there was even a chair there ready for you. So we'll just be loading. So he's assisting me. And thanks, Felege, for assisting me with the slides. I will still need your assistance. Somalia.
Hello, good afternoon again. I have requested to present my presentation before lunch due to still we have a time. And although I said myself after lunch when people eating food and digested so much, so people may need sleep. So before that, I may take this opportunity to present my presentation. Although I think it's the second time to stand in front of you, maybe why I am the only one who represented Somalia among these 5 countries who are here. It's happened. I don't know why, but I hope it could not happen again. Apart from that, I want to present a short presentation, maximum, I think, less than 10 minutes, about this regional coordination on strengthening of surveillance and e-warning systems for this locust management in East Africa. This is my content, importance of surveillance, e-warning, what is the country-based practice, especially in Somalia, survey methodologies that we used, data collection tools that we have in Somalia, frequency of monitoring, effectiveness of system, what is the best experience of our country, the challenges that we have faced, potential areas of collaboration, as well as recommendations. Next, please. As we know, there's a very imperative to take surveillance and e-warning in order to protect our crops in order to secure our food. So, yeah, e-warning detection prevents large-scale pests and disease outbreaks, protects food security and farmers' livelihood, as I mentioned, maintain stability of food supply chain, reduce costs of emergency and response support timely and effective interventions, enhancing resilience to climate-related risks, particularly drought, floods, and extreme weather. As you see in the map, in Somalia, we have six federal member states. There's another one which is new. It's called Northern Eastern Regional. So I have put here the transponder-based or migratory-based that we are challenging in Somalia. Where are they? Especially what we are here, this is Locust. When you look in the map, this Locust is coming from Arabian Peninsula, which is the upper part of the country, where located Somaliland, Puntland, as well as Galmudug, which is in the middle. Although we have presence of 4 armor, particularly in maize growers area, like the lower part of the country, Hirshabelle, Jubaland, and as well as that part of Upper Somaliland. Next, please. Country practice, especially in Somalia, we have a ground-based surveillance team, which are doing their best in order to take data. That data we report to the FAO, DLCO, DLO, through Balant Village and Ramses. We are member in what's called CRC countries. These are Locust commissioners. In Somalia, we have been using during the outreach by pesticide and insect growth IRG due to the livestock husbandry in the upper part of the country where there's a lot of livestock. So we use by pesticide in order to protect our livestock. Although we have 3 permanent, these are local centers, especially in Hargeisa, Garro, as well as Dusamareb. I think some of you they have been visit these centers. Although collaboration with regional organizations are very important. Next. As I mentioned, ground-based surveys and field scouting. There is also community engagement and farmers reporting, where we do our extension officers. We also use pheromone therapies to monitor the best remote sensing and GIS analyze integration with forecasting tools like FAO, DLC, DLIS, Ramses, Balant Village. I think we just not no longer to use now. Next, please. Here we have data collection tools which is available in Somalia, like ground surveillance team. We use also mobile technology applications, forecasting tools like Ramses. We also use pheromone as I mentioned earlier. Although in remote sensors and satellite imaging, as well as copper collector to collect this data. Next. Frequency of monitoring, we at least the minimum we do 2 times a week for inspection. I was there in the field, continuous monitoring in hotspots area, community reporting, pheromone traps, and field checks. That's what our colleagues, those who are in the field, do. Next, please. As I said, there is 3 permanent diesel locust centers that the government of Somalia prepared to combat the diesel locust. When you look at our map, the diesel locust mainly come from upper part of the country, where we have a porous border to the Arabian Venezuela, like Yemen, Oman, then Pakistan, if you look at the map. So we prepared 3 centers, which is upper part of the country, apart from the third one, which is very new. We have built last year, 2024, which is the middle part of the country. Next, please. What is the best experience in Somalia in terms of combating diesel locusts? We use, as I said, biobesticide, especially metrasium, sardine. Although we did some capacity building in extension officers, community engagement and sensitization of farmers, strong regional and international cooperation. Like in last year, we had MOA with our neighbor countries, Djibouti, as well as Ethiopia. You know, as we know, this best, this locust is not respecting the border. So due to that, we need to work as a one. So next, this is some photos that I collect from those who are doing during upsurge in controlling in Somalia. Most of them, they are using ground control. Next, please. As well as here, some of them, they have been using these vehicles and back here. Next, please. We are facing some challenges due to the limits of financial, human resource, short of skilled persons, inadequate infrastructure, lack of aerial control capacity, weak rapid response mechanism. Next. Potential area where we need to collaborate, capacity building and knowledge exchange, which is very imperative, regional emergency response mechanism, cross-border monitoring, like our neighbor countries, Djibouti, Ethiopia, as well as Kenya. And harmonized data and information system. Next, please. And capacity building and knowledge exchange is very important also. Finally, we have some recommendations like school sustainable funding, expanded training programs in order to build the capacity of the plant protection officers, strengthen infrastructure, develop regional strategies, collaborate with DLCO, IGAD, CRC, invest in modern tools, fostering best early warning. Thank you, Ms. Sinidin and Asantane. I think the middle one is Somali language. Thank you.
Well done, Abdul Fattah, Mukhtar. So we are done with 3 country presentations. We know in the afternoon, after all the 5 presentations, we are supposed to have some plenary discussion just to try and interrogate each of the presentations that will have been made. But if there is a burning issue that you want maybe to raise, so we go to lunch, and as we eat our lunch, we also try to break it down, you're most welcome. Okay, thank you very much. I have one hand there. Any other? Okay, let's start with this one.
Thank you so much, our presenters from the 3 counties. My concern is actually on e-Locust 3M. I know Kenya is an innovation country, and perhaps those countries that have presented are recession countries. Now, they have quoted e-Locust 3M as available tools. And I know very well that e-Locust 3M was supported by USAID, and that funding collapsed somehow. I don't know whether we'll still quoting it as available tools going forward, or what will happen.
So somebody who has maybe some inside information on that, it doesn't have to be from the 3 panelists, maybe from the World Bank or FAO regarding the e-Locust 3 tool. Okay, we have Maurice.
Okay, thanks. From FAO perspective, I think all the data collection for e-Locust 3Ms is go directly to the Locust Information Center to FAO in headquarters. And normally they give to the country, from example, Kenya, supposed to have a focal person who have access to that data, to that information, and he has to validate the information before being published out. I think it's not that a big problem, but maybe what we can discuss here sometime, how to customize some of these tools at the country level to have its own way of data collecting. I think this is one of the things that the project's supposed to be done. I can just share maybe the experience of South Sudan. We are trying to do similar things, working also with the plant village to develop just small tools that can come to the server or to the country at the country levels, that the data collectors can collect the data and send the information at the country level so that the country can analyze and disseminate it. Because this is also other way. The countries still have chance to establish their own tools in collaborations with all these regional centers they can support, but as well as still you can have access. As country Kenya or Uganda or South Sudan, you still have access to the e-Locust 3M's information through your focal person at the country levels. Thanks.
Any further intervention on the same? Okay. Felege.
Thank you very much for the really clear and well-structured presentations. Actually, this workshop is really, the aim is to get what challenges we have in the information communication. We have to really identify what is raised by the presentation. The e-Locust 3 is already down because of the USAID fund. Now, we might talk, we were using these equipments. At the moment, we are not using that one. So maybe Djibouti, they have to see the E-Locust 3K, which was just emerging now. Again, there was, we were trying to just harmonize what is available, and it is now becoming one data system to collect. Even the FAO started using the Kobo tool collect. Even countries started to use this Kobo tool collect. So what is active now is this one, not the E-Locust 3. As my friend Maurice said, the E-Locust 3, the problem was just the data is going direct to the headquarters of the FAO, the regional or the national cannot get or cannot access unless otherwise subscribe or something. Yeah, it is a long way for the region. That's why we are trying to have a regional platform where we can get the data in short period of time, then respond in short period of time. I think when we are talking about E-Locust 3, what is past? Maybe in my presentation, you will see what development of E-Locust 3 we did, from E-Locust 1 up to 3. I'm talking because we were using. It's not only that one. I will talk even when we were sending the report by word of mouth, by post office. So as history, yeah, that's good. But currently what we are using is still trying to harmonize the Kobo tool, working on the Kobo tool, particularly to have a regional data system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Felege. We have, I think maybe up to tomorrow, maybe this question will keep on emerging, but it's becoming clearer as we are getting these interventions. Tabarek, you had something to put forward here.
Thank you very much, facilitator. By the way, we are Djiboutian group, you know. We need clarification about this project. Yeah, we never understand, and we lost between the two, you know, two ways, I think so. And we need more clarification about this project, what we are doing for that. Thank you.
We're going to have, as I said earlier on, we're going to have a substantive discussion, exchange after all the five. So just put them in the back burner or just put them packing. Every issue that is being raised is important, and therefore we will do our best to address. And if we can't address it now, we'll try and find out how best we can address those issues. But I'm very confident that in this room, we are not running short of knowledge and expertise, and therefore there will be no need to check with our headquarters. Having said that, there are just a couple of announcements that need to be made. One, there was that request from Somalia, which I know the group from the World Bank will address in terms of their participation. I think if I had you right, you're solo, but you're doing a brilliant job. You represented your state minister. You again made a country presentation, but we appreciate you calling for more participation from Somalia, and in subsequent exchanges, I hope the World Bank, FAO, DLCO, IGAD, all these institutions will make sure that we have full participation from the Federal Republic of Somalia. That is one announcement. The other one is I keep on reminder that we need all your speeches. I've talked to some of you. You'll be sending them to me by email. That is quite understandable. we will get to them. Please note that all these presentations, so don't worry too much about note-taking. We will send them to you this evening to your email addresses. They are embargoed up to the time when they are presented. So after their presentation, we will distribute them to you so that you can have them in your archives. The other announcement that I have is from CLA, but she's just stepped out. We did not introduce CLA initially, but this is the person who is really facilitating our being here, and therefore she will want to have a conversation with each one of you at your own convenience. Just make sure you have your passport or ID. I don't know if she's also collecting boarding passes. Would you know? Yeah. Maybe this is an old school idea. We used to be asked to present our boarding passes to confirm that we actually boarded the plane to the venue. So just that is the announcement. I don't know if you have any other announcement before we break for our lunch. No? So once again, thank you so much for this morning and early afternoon session. I think we started off very well. I hope we will keep the same spirit in the remaining two presentations from Kenya and South Sudan. Thank you very much. And have a good lunch. We reconvene at what time? We are supposed to come back at 2, eh? Yeah. So it's exactly 12:30, so we have 1.5 hours. Yeah. So at exactly 1400 hours, the lunch is on the second floor. On the second floor. For those who are residing in this hotel, that's where you had your breakfast. That's the same place where we are having our lunch. It is buffet, so please enjoy. Bon appetit, and we'll see you at exactly 2. Thank you. Yes, we will make sure that this place is locked. Yeah. The last one to leave. Okay, welcome back. If we can settle down. So, good afternoon. We are just about to start our second session, or rather maybe third session. This is the afternoon session, the last one for the day, where we're getting the two presentations, country presentations from Kenya and from South Sudan. And then thereafter we'll immediately go into a plenary discussion, reflect, question, comments, so that we can have a clear understanding from all the total 5 presentations. And any other issue that you would be interested to bring forth. So let me just line up Kenya's presentation, but let me have Esbon Angira up front, and then Taban, please, brother, if you can come. We have your latest revised version, so we'll be posting it. Our technology has also improved. We have a pointer, courtesy of Felege, so you'll be able to control it from there. All right. So we start. Are you ready? Yes, so connect to, you can connect it to, we're sharing, we're starting with Kenya. You have some camera also? No? No, okay, no camera. So just make it large.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon session. I want to take this opportunity to present on behalf of the Kenyan team what we prepared. So just a brief background is about desert locust invasion in Kenya, because our presentation went direct to what we were asked to do. The desert locust invasion of 2019-2021 in Kenya really got the country off guard, because we were not prepared. We were not prepared in form of monitoring, surveillance, early warning, and even the counter operation. So the lessons that we learned after effectively managing the desert locust by then informed whatever we're going to present here. And then going forward, we're learning a lot that is going to be able to help us as a country so that we move forward to effectively and efficiently manage any future invasion of the desert locust. So I'm just going to follow the way it was guided by the team. We're still having some challenge here. Yeah, it's not working. So These are brief of what we had as a country, and we just mentioning that surveillance and early warning systems is composed of one of those, around 4 components that you're going to mention there. And we inform that it's a continuous cycle where we are going to observe, collect data, analyze, and communicate the information. And this information now we use it now to guide the actions that we are taking as individuals and organization, or even as a country. So the first part of surveillance and early warning system we mentioned is the issue of monitoring and surveillance. We may not need to dwell so much on that one. And then after getting the data from the surveillance and the monitoring, because they're supposed to record and transmit that data to some central hub, this data is supposed to be analyzed, and we undertake forecasting from the analyzed data that we have. And then the next part of it is after analysis, we have to communicate the warning. So we have the warning and communication about that warning, because it is the analyzed data and the forecasting that is going to help us now to say what is likely to happen when. And this communication, we have to give them to the people who are concerned so that they can take an action. Then lastly, the very last part of monitoring and surveillance is issues of rapid response. We suppose this whole process is to help us to be ready in responding to any invasion. Now, in this case, about desert locusts. Now, in Kenya, everything that we are going to mention here, as most of us know, Kenya is an invasion country. We are not a recession country. So most of the things that we are going to mention here, it will be based on the experiences that we have as an invasion countries, because some of those things may apply in recession countries, they don't apply in Kenya. So all the facts here relate to a country, Kenya, which is an invasion country. So importance, that was the first part of our presentation. As it was guided by the organizers, we mentioned the importance of surveillance and early warning system. Now, the first and the most useful is the issue of food security and the livelihood of the affected community. Now, it means that when we undertake surveillance, then we are prepared to manage whichever pest, but in this case, we're talking about desert locust. We are able to manage it in time, and this one is going to save us from the loss that would have happened if we didn't undertake survey. So therefore, it enables us to be able to control early enough before we have the negative impact. So we ensure food security and the livelihoods of the people that are in question, for that matter. Now, the second importance, we're talking about the issues of cost of control operations. For example, if we were talking about a recession area, if we are able to undertake monitoring, surveillance, and early warning, then we would be able to identify these pests as early stages. If it is DL, then we're talking about the hopper stage. And you would realize that management of desert locusts at that stage is a little bit cost effective, or the cost is less than when we realize it late, when it is already a swarm, and we would need now to undertake aerial control, which is a little bit more expensive. So undertaking that will help us now to manage the cost of control operations. The next importance, we're talking about the impact. the negative effects of the environment. So when we undertake surveillance and early warning, then we are able now to minimize environmental impact in this way that we may reduce, or we are actually going to reduce the quantities of pesticides that we are going to use, as opposed to when now we didn't do the survey and we realize when it is too late. So the next is we may, in the early stages for desert locusts, we are using less toxic or less strong pesticides. So even the level of toxicity of the pesticide also reduces. This one minimizes the impact to the environment when we are undertaking the control operation. Then the next importance is it helps us to enable proactive international coordination. When we undertake surveillance and early warning, then we, as a country, for example, Kenya, we may or we can inform our neighbors, or if it is Somali that is undertaking that activity, because they are sometimes a recession country, it can help now Somali now to inform Kenya of the impending danger. And that is going to help now in international coordination. The countries may help or each other in the process of even control coordination or control operation. That was that for the importance. Those were the major importance of surveillance and early warning that we identified. Now the methodologies that we used, because at now we may not be applying this, because for DL specifically, it's the country is now free of desert locust. But when we had an invasion, we undertook a ground survey. We may not need to dwell into that one. Then aerial survey, and there are some cases that we were using the remote sensing. This one was being done in coordination with other organizations, like the Kenya Met Services or the Center for Resource Mapping. Those are the ones that are helping us with those information, for example, for remote sensing. So basically, those were the methodologies that we were using then when we had an invasion in the country. The data collection tools, and our colleague also asked now that most of them are now not working, but here for Kenya, we're mentioning what we used then. Going forward, if we have an invasion, then we are going to use what we have currently. But what we use is the A-Locust suite, which we had the 3G. It was used but limited. Most of the time we use the E-Locust 3M, and sometimes also we use the E-Locust 3W, which were able to help us with the information that we required then. Then issues of remote sensing and satellite data, these ones were depending on other organizations that are within the country that are unable to get those details, and we would still use the details in collaboration with what we have, so that at least it can help the planners also to plan ahead. We were also using, this one was not at a large scale, but it was used for survey and limitedly for control operation, unmanned aerial vehicles. So we used it sometimes but it was not used so much at that time. We were using drones for surveillance, and we also use it limitedly for control operation. Then communication tools, we used some radio devices, the satellite phones that were provided, and then most of the time we were using the mobile phones that most of us had at that time. Now, being an invasion country, we may not have continuous monitoring in the country. There are times that now monitoring of DL may not be there. The monitoring that we do are the monitoring that are related to issues of ecology or weather patterns. But in relation to DL, we only conduct monitoring during invasion. And during invasion, we may have routine surveillance where we are doing monitoring continuously because we already have an invasion. We want to find out what are the situation of the weather conditions, the soils and what have you, whether we have absence or presence of desert locusts. And then when we have now an outbreak where now we know places that we have the desert locusts, then we undertake heightened surveillance where now we go specifically to those areas that are likely to have desert locusts, and we find out the information that will help us to guide the control team. And then we have the event-driven monitoring, which is intensified in response to specific trigger. When we have an unusual weather patterns, for example, we may talk of cyclone, for example, then we may have event-driven, depending on that event at that time. Now, the effectiveness of the system, we identified two, that the detection rate when we undertake monitoring and early warning, then it improves early detection rates compared to when we depend on data that is historical. Then response time, it enables us also to reduce the response time because we are able to identify the existence and then we minimize crop damage. Now, when coming to country best practice, these are we only realized during the invasion, that is the DL invasion of 2019-2021. One of the best, the best experience was the adoption and the scaling of digital technology in surveillance. The country before, we didn't have any tool that would help us in monitoring desert locusts, but when we were trained about the E-Locust 3M as a country, the rate of adoption was good. So many people were trained and were using it in the process. It helped us now to gather enough information that would guide the control team. This one helped in the management of desert locusts then effectively. Then embracing aerial survey and control, including the use of the drones. So the country embraced the use of aerial survey during 2019-2021 DL invasion, where we secured drones and even light aircrafts for survey and control operation. This one we realized increased the efficiency and the effectiveness of the control operation. Now, the next experience was the issue of fostering a multi-stakeholder and international collaboration. The success was pegged on collaboration with international and regional organizations, the donor community, the private sector, other government agencies, and the affected community members. The next was issues of implementing community-based surveillance. We realized this one was working so good for us because it is the community that understand that area, and it helped the survey team to really get into areas that they may have not reached. And this one increased the effectiveness and efficiency of the operation. Now, when it comes to challenges, we had a few challenges, and these ones are still there. In case we have an invasion, it is still there. The issues of resources, the resources are never enough. And we were saying during the innovation and even as at now, we have inadequate resources in terms of funding, that is the cash itself, and even for the equipments that we may need, including the personnel. We may be having better personnel as at now, but still we've not reached to where we want as a country. So inadequate resources still remains a great challenge when it comes to the management of migratory pests in specific desert locusts for our case now. Then the issues of insecurity and inaccessible areas, when we are in the control phase, then we have challenges of inaccessibility and insecure areas. Then another challenge that we have as a country is issues of climate change. And this one has increased the extreme weather events. And this one come with invasions of different pests that are difficult to contain. I think there's a contain that is missing there. Invasions that they come in a way that we may not easily contain as a result of the climate change. Now, potential areas of collaboration, we identified the areas of collaboration, one in respect to collaboration between countries and international organizations, where we are saying there is a potential for collaboration in establishing a centralized data hub for between countries and organizations, some of which we have here. Forecasting, there is a potential for collaboration is forecasting, and standardization of protocols and capacity building. So as countries that are represented here and the international organizations, I think we have 4 here. These are the areas that we have potential to collaborate. We may need or think about issues of centralized data hub for the region, issues of centralized forecasting, standardization of protocols. If we have protocols in the management of desert locusts, then we may think of having a standardized protocol for the region to make our work more effectively and efficiently. And last but not least, issues of capacity building. We may need to identify the capacity gaps, and then we undertake training for those, so that we may have enhanced staff or personnel level. Now, between neighboring countries, there is a potential of collaboration in sharing real-time information, undertaking joint surveillance activity if it is possible, also development of standard protocols on survey, or even control. We may go up to control. We may talk of issues of undertaking joint contingency planning, or even undertaking simulation exercises, or finally sharing of resources, so that if a country is affected and another country is having some equipment or some pesticides, then we may triangulate those pesticides to the affected country to help. Now, between our national control center and research institutions, those may be now within the member states, then there is a potential of collaboration in sharing data for research, and then improved locust modeling and development of new technologies. So these research institutions can undertake those, and then they share with the national control centers, which are represented here. Then between communities and NGOs or donor communities, for example, there's a potential collaboration on community-based surveillance and reporting. We can train the community so that they can also undertake surveillance and report to help us or to improve our effectiveness. Issues of awareness campaign and funding preparedness. Then last but not least, we proposed a few recommendations. We were saying that the goal of surveillance and early warning is to move from reactive to proactive DL management. So we have a few recommendations, which one includes strengthening ground surveillance. How do we do it? We can undertake it by regular training and equipping the teams with the necessary equipment. Then we can strengthen ground surveillance by enhancing community-based surveillance, by strengthening community networks through training and incentives, and carrying out regular awareness campaign. Then B, the second recommendation was on enhancing use of technology in surveillance, where we propose that one, we can encourage or adopt more the use of UAVs so that we can map infestations, issues of vegetation for control operation in inaccessible areas. Then the second way is through the enhanced use of automated weather station in DL-prone infestation areas to provide real data on rainfall and soil that can be guiding on the likelihood of breeding in those areas. Then use of Earth observation satellites. Those organizations that are having these satellites, we can collaborate with them as DL control centers in the country so that at least we can access those data, and those data will help us as teams so that we can enhance our management of the pesticide. Then the third recommendation was issues of sustainable financing to help us to be prepared. And we are proposing some of the ways to ensure that we have sustainable financing, one of which is establishing a contingency fund as an organization, as a country, or as a technical group, if it is possible that we have a fund that will help us whenever we have an innovation that will help. Or having strategic stocks. This can be in form of equipment, in form of pesticide, in form of PPAs that are ready, so that whenever we have an innovation, then we are ready. We have something that we can begin with. Then we may be having preparedness funding. We shift from emergency funding to preparedness and prevention funding. This one definitely will reduce the cost of control operation. The fourth one recommendation is issues of research. We are proposing investment in research and development by member states or the organizations that are present, so that we may fund more research on more effective and efficient surveillance methodologies. Then we have enhancing regional and international cooperation in Locust surveillance. This can be, or we proposed that this can be done through establishing a framework on cross-border information sharing, joint cross-border survey and control operation. I think that is the last, this is the second last, thank you. The other recommendation was the issue of improved data management and forecasting. We were proposing that to improve that, then we may propose to have a unified digital platform where we can collect, share, and analyze data. Then use of advanced predictive models that integrate the metadata, the satellite data, and the data that we are getting from the survey teams. Those are the field observation data, sorry. Then we can achieve that also through development of interactive early warning platform, where we can have an open access web-based dashboards that can display Locust update maps and forecast. This will help stakeholders in this management to make informed decision. That is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Esbon Agira. We will move on swiftly. But how are we doing after that heavy, sumptuous lunch? We are heavy? Do you need some exercise? Maybe we should run downstairs and back using the staircase. But Charles Taban, are we ready? We are good? Okay. Thank you very much, Esbon. Nashukuru sana. Yeah, you can still sit there or, yeah. Yeah. So we line up your presentation. The one written Taban, is the latest one. Yeah. So, Atofelege, maybe you can, the new toy that you have introduced, the scroller and the pointer. Yeah. I think we are all set. Mr. Taban, you're good? You want to do it seated or standing? Feel comfortable, eh? Yeah, please. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
The last born country in Africa with the virgin land is crawling and is beginning walking. This is our vision: improved plant health and farm products to meet sustainable agriculture production and ensure the security locally and internationally. The mission: to promote propagation of health crops and plant materials and minimize losses in agriculture production through improved plant protection technologies, while at the same time safeguarding the integrity of human and natural resources. The goal is to contribute to increased agricultural production through minimizing crops losses due to pests and diseases. Background. Desert locusts invaded South Sudan in February 2020. The swarms came from Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, settled majorly in eastern Equatoria state. Eastern Equatoria is neighboring Kenya and Uganda. Over 20,000 households affected with over 15,000 hectares of farmland and pasture land divested by the invasion. This was the first desert locust invasion to occur in 32 years and caught the new country unprepared. Globally, Africa, South Sudan, I think that is the mapping there. Maybe my officer there, Morris, can you elaborate on this map? Please, come in.
Okay, this is just two maps. If you have seen the first map, it is showing the movement of the locusts within the Greater Horn of Africa, specifically Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. And the second map down showing the areas that being invaded by locusts in 2020, specifically in the eastern part of South Sudan, bordering Kenya, especially in Kapweta, and then also part of Magwi in eastern Equatoria, bordering Uganda. And you can see the movement with the red patterns. This is how the locusts invaded South Sudan by that time. As he has already mentioned, because it has cut the country, is unprepared. And you can see from the presentation is going to take us through this, what has happened now. The country has improved much. But this map was captured based on the data that collected by pest surveillance team at the field level. Thanks.
Type of pest reported during the pest surveillance. This is a leaf-footed bug. You can see this is so.
Charles, I'm told there is a slide that you've skipped. Maybe you can scroll back.
Back.
Yeah, just the arrow, the down arrow. Yeah. Maybe, is it another one?
Yeah,
Go back. Yeah. I
Okay.
think it's that one. Yeah.
Sorry for the inconveniences. Surveillance and monitoring, FAO and maps put in place mechanism for ground field surveillance and monitoring, including county agricultural department, county crop monitoring committee to provide regular updates from affected areas and data. The pest surveillance and monitoring team are equipped with the data surveillance tools, prepare-based mobile apps using Locust, Locust 3M. The surveillance are equipped with 30 motorcycles, 70 bicycles, and 70 mobile phones to support surveillance and monitoring team at the counties level. MAPS and FAO establish early warning system and a focal person at each county. Now, this is showing the distribution of the smartphones to desert locusts. What is they call it, scouts. This was distribution of the smartphones. This staff were trained, and then smartphones were given to them. Now this is during the surveillance. This were the detected pests and diseases. You can see the sorghum affected this disease, the lead food bug. These are bugs, and then there's the earth eat bug, African armyworm, MAPS staff inspecting fields in Magui for armyworm, and then the other one there at the last. Aphids, yeah, okay. Data management, MAPS and FAO in close collaboration with the regional centers, SEPT, Plant Village, train number of staff from MAPS on data management. Data collection application apps, Locust, because of the lighting. Morris, yes. Number 2, please.
Okay, I think for the data collection at the country level, for the Locust, they are using Locust 3Ms. There is digital ones, and then also using the paper-based data collections. This one all have been installed on the apps that the smartphones you have seen being distributed. And for Locust 3Ms, normally the information goes to the Desert Locust Information Center platform at the headquarters, and normally they assign national Desert Locust officer from MAP who will validate the data.
The information on pest and infestation level are collected to developing to inform decision-making members. That lighting is reflecting. I think complete the whole thing.
You can stand. You can stand.
Okay. Yeah, is okay. The information on pest and infestation level are collected to develop risk maps, as well as to inform decision-making members of task force at the national level for management of desert locusts for further intervention. The data is used for awareness creation, FAO and MAPS, sensitizing the population by airing awareness and educational messages on radio, Mira, and iRadio in English and Arabic. Messages in local languages are aired by local radio stations across the country. Desert locust and other pest surveillance and management maps. I think this one was during the mapping. This one was for, is it fruit flies? And then the other one was for quilla birds. I think there, Morris, is okay?
Yeah, because just simply to give an example that the data collection you can use to map the risk areas. And you can see the two maps. The other one at the left side, the map of South Sudan, is showing the risk area that being highly infested by the fruit flies. This is why it has the dots, and then different species also of the fruit flies across the country. And the other one at the right hand, this one I think belong to Felege team, the Quilla birds, scouts. They have done the scout and also collecting data to show the roosting areas for the quilla birds, because this one, it will help in terms of intervention, specifically for aerial control. Without having these risk maps, sometimes it will be very difficult to choose the right methods and right methods of control. You can see the roosting area for the map at the right hand in rank. Most of the roosting areas of quilla birds is too close to the River Nile. And this one become very highly risk, specifically when you are undertaking the aerial control spraying. Automatically it may have an impact to equity. And this is why here it will help you to choose the right technology to use in terms of the control.
Data collection with support from ERP, FAO, and maps train number of staff on using different data collection method. Prepare base data collection, digital data collection using eLocust 3M, Plan Village platform, and the COBO data collection to be customized at the country level. Now, tools applied. Through the LRP, project maps and FAO secured and provide pest surveillance equipment to the field pest surveillance and monitoring team. Essential tools needed are EcoLocust 3, devices, eLocust 3, apps, vehicles, and digital cameras. National database, Serbia, procured and installed at the maps. If you can see the last photo there, that is the Serbia that procured by MAF. And this is the staff. I think I can see there DG Ali with the staff in the field. 12 6F and 6M staff from MAFs trained on use and management of the pest modeling database. Continuous regional collaboration on data management and platform development.
Maybe just to elaborate further in these portals, there is a database already being set at the National Ministry of Agriculture. You can see the portal, and this one also being supported by having a data room where the database managers can be seated here with the big screens. They can receive data from different field level from different counties. And then also we are collaborating, the ministry is collaborating with Plant Village, at least to establish what you call observatory room. In this observatory room, you can have a map on daily basis. You can monitor the flow of data information from the pest surveillance team from the field. You can have the map of the entire country. You know, today we receive these data from here. It will help you in terms of real-time data that need an immediate intervention. This is why you can see some teams that are being trained to undertake that at the field level. Also, they are doing some testing. And at the same time also, and they are using this also for diagnostics in case some of the field monitors or the surveillance team, they are not familiar with the type of the pest. I think these Plant Village apps, they have a way how to diagnose the type of diseases and then give the feedback immediately to the farmers. This is kind of platform that now the South Sudan is using.
Now, challenges and recommendations. The main challenge And then the second column is recommendations. Higher expectation of receiving incentive for pest surveillance and a monitoring team. This is the first challenge. When you come to the recommendations, adapt flexibility to provide non-monetary incentives to surveillance team. Sudan crisis led to the delay of completion of pesticide storage facilities and 3 nursery in Rang. Rang is one of the counties in northern Upper Nile. It borders Sudan. So the conflict in Sudan has affected. The recommendation is adapt flexibility by exploiting alternative sourcing of construction materials, e.g. from Juba, and they use water transport. So this is one of the recommendations that maybe the MAF will look to it, that if there is a possibility materials can be transported to the Upper Nile by the water using through River Nile. Difficult in securing control aircraft. Consider utilizing drones equipped with the appropriate detection equipment to enhance surveillance and control operations, especially in remote areas. Drones can improve desert locust detection and allow larger areas to be surveyed efficiently. Strengthen collaboration with the neighboring countries and regional organizations to share aerial resources and expertise. This cooperation can lead to pooled resources, making aerial control operations more feasible. Challenges again and way forward. Main challenge: lack of real-time locust tracking due to insufficient remote sensing and GIS capabilities. Recommendations: invest in remote sensing technologies and geographic information system, GIS tools, to monitor locust movements effectively. Consider partnership with the universities and the research organizations to develop and supplement advanced monitoring systems tailored to South Sudan specific needs. Join regional initiatives focused on locust monitoring to benefit from shared data, expertise, and early warning system. Opportunities for future enhancing. Support establishment of proper institutional structures for implementation of plant protection policy and the phytosanitary system for agricultural development. Operationalization of database to meet all MAPs, directorates, data and information needs. Strengthening and continue linkages with regional and international research organizations to support the plant protection and research directors in the collaboration with collaborative activities, SEPT, Plant, Village, Kabi, Delco, East African Union, AFC, and so on. Scaling up production and application of parasitoids for sustainable plant pest control measures across the country. This may require investment to then sustainability of the established rearing facilities for the biocontrol management system in the country. Utilizing the pesticide store and national entomology laboratory to proper storage of pesticides to manage any other plant pests and diseases outbreak respectively. Enhancement of pest monitoring and reporting system for better production and productivity. This also needs resources to maintain the established facilities and scaling up across all the states of the country. Sorry. I think this is the end.
Yeah, it is the end.
Yeah. So this is the voice of the last born country, South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charles Taban, the Acting Director General for Plant Protection, the Republic of South Sudan. And thank you also to Maurice for supplementing, making things much more clearer to everybody. That is the kind of collaboration we are talking even at the country level with our multilateral agencies, at the same time with the ministries and other state and non-state actors in this particular matter. So we have actually bought time because of what Abdi Fattah did before lunch. So we are like 30 minutes ahead of our time, which gives us more time to have a good discussion, plenary discussion. So I just want to call to attention the 5 presenters to take note of any questions that might be directed to you specifically, but towards the end we'll all respond, and also anybody else who feels wants to make a contribution. So please feel free. So the floor is open. Emily?
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Mine is more of a contribution, just to provide an highlight of IGAD, what we've been doing. As you know, IGAD was also part of the ELRP. We came in phase 3 with South Sudan. And one of the components that we were mandated is to strengthen early warning systems in the region. And I felt it would be good to also just give an overview of some of the efforts that we have made as IGAD in regards to surveillance and early warning system. So one of the components is regarding data collection. So with support from the ELRP project, we were able to collaborate with the DLCO and come up with what we call a multi-pest data collection tool, which is a COBOL toolbox. It's an open access tool, and we were able to come up with a very comprehensive questionnaire where you can be able to collect data, pest data. We were focusing on various pests. Desert locust was one of them, as well as Quilia. So this is a data collection tool which we've been able to present to the member states severally, and they've provided us feedback. We were able to go to the field and validate this tool with Felege. We went to Kenya, we went to Ethiopia, and so this is a tool that has that is there. It's operational, but we've not. We are yet now to start collecting data with it, but it's already tested and validated. Then the other effort that we made was now on database management. So once we established the tool, we also, through the support of the project, we were able to procure a server. So we have a dedicated server, which is hosted at ICPAC. ICPAC is IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, based here in Nairobi. This is a physical server where the data all the pest surveillance data can be stored and analyzed from this server. So this is also important for the member states to know. We always have meetings. We convene the member states. We have what we call an interregional platform for sustainable management of transboundary pests. So we convene the technical experts from the Plant Protection Department, from the member states, as well as the directors. And we always try to get feedback as much as possible on some of these initiatives. Then the other aspect is now regarding the data visualization. So we have a digital platform which we call the East African Pest Watch. So this is a dashboard where we are able now to visualize models and the surveillance data, where we are able now to come up with maps, risk maps, showcasing some of the suitability of the pest. So the desert locust is one of the pests that we've been looking at, and we were able to engage very high-level modelers, and they used very innovative machine learning algorithms to come up with models where we are now able to look into the swarming trajectories of the desert locust. We have models classifying the different outbreaks, the stages. We have models showing the swarm coverage within the region. We have models also looking and predicting the vegetation onset, and this is very critical to be able to monitor the feeding of the locust. We also have models looking into the hoppers, or basically monitoring the areas that are suitable for the hatching and survival of the desert locust. So this is an open access. If you type East African Pest Watch, you'll be able to see the platform and see the outputs that are there. So for now, we have the models. They're not up to date. So we are working on trying to come up with near real-time models and also establish bulletins where we can now communicate this information. So regarding the information sharing, we've also, we have different channels where we are trying to disseminate this information. One of them is through the platform that I mentioned. And through the platform, we have the technical working groups. We have the early warning technical working groups where we meet every quarter and we are able to communicate some of this information. In addition to that, we've also had different channels for enhancing coordination. We've been able to come up with protocols and guidelines in regards to data collection and information sharing. So we have an existing guideline which was developed by the member states on data collection and information sharing. We also have a guideline on knowledge management as well as drone regulations. I've seen in the member states presentations there was a recommendation about the use of drones. So we were able to also come up with guidelines on how basically harmonize the existing policies within our member states to be able to understand the current state of the regulations and how we can move forward in regards to that. So these are some of the efforts that we've been able to make, and we are looking now into continuing to collaborate with other projects and see how we can continue strengthening early warning in the region. Thank you so much.
Very much, Emily, for that additional information. I'm sure the member states, maybe some of them are already aware of some of these activities and initiatives that are being taken region-wide through IGAD. But at the same time, I'm very sure those who did not know now know. Eh? So you'll be receiving a lot of knock at your desk. So any other input? Yeah, please go ahead.
I have a question to Emily for clarity. Thank you, Emily, for briefing. Really, the initiative already started by IGAD. Once I remember that we together evaluated one document of
survey and early warning with the whole member states. But is the harmonized and unified data collection format communicated to the member states? And then there are also experts who need really data from grassroots level, who should be trained, because those are the ones who collect data and transfer to the national or to the server, which we are expecting to have a really one harmonized system. So that this modeling, what we are lacking here is modeling at regional level. Because still now we are receiving modeling from FAA, there's a Locust Information Service, that was down because of Locust 3 system, as Felege mentioned this morning. We are thinking and running as a plant protection senior expert to have really that type of system now currently, because even if the desert locust system now, the desert locust situation is calm, we need to have a strong harmonized system, because the East African countries under the Horn of Africa are classified under recession and invasion. So if it is really not really strongly handled at the recession area, all invasion areas will be affected, both the recession and the invasion. So, so the system, we can actually talk this at the final discussion level, and to start or to continue from where you are or from where you stopped, rather than seeking another issue. But we are still talking about harmonized, unified, standard format to the Horn of Africa, because we have an FAA, we have a CRC, other region commissions who are carrying out early warning and forecasting for member states. Particularly, it is very strong in the northern and western Africa. But East Africa is relatively that much not strong compared to the western northern Africa. Arabian Peninsula is also very strong. So this is what we are thinking and discussing with Felege and other colleagues, so that we can talk this really very much during the conclusion or final discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Zebdius, for your question and comments. So yes, I do agree. There's a bit of a gap, but in terms of the guidelines were established, a lot of discussions were there, and we were able to come up with the guidelines, and the guidelines were circulated among the member states. Actually, the last meeting that we had for the close of the project, we were able to print out some of the document and circulate, but we can still share for those who do not have the document. In terms of capacity building, we've had some efforts, but there's still a gap, especially for the task team that is in the field. There's still a gap. We need to really find a way to build their capacity for them to understand the data collection mechanism. So this guideline is very important for them to learn, but we also need to do a lot of trainings for them to practice on how to utilize the gadgets, how to fill the questionnaire, how to improve the accuracy of the information, and all that. So yes, so we do have the guidelines, but there's a gap when it comes to training. Thank you.
At one time, I thought maybe the video was almost making his presentation, which we will get as towards the end of today. So there is a lot of knowledge and information that we want to offload to you before the end of the day and some parts of tomorrow. So I have
also a question for Emily. Yeah, I'm not a subject matter specialist on this. I would like to know your views, your reflections on this initiative. How do you see it? how do you think it will help the desert locust issues?
One of the things we are battling with, and we'll keep on battling with, is the synergy. There are so many initiatives going on at IGAD, at DLCO, from FAO. The member states themselves are also doing maybe a few things. But how do we bring that synergy so that we don't we don't duplicate but replicate? You know, build on each other's resources and efforts.
Yes, I totally agree that there's a lot of initiatives out there when it comes to the early warning and trying to enhance that effort. So we have development partners who have different tools that they are working on, both at regional, and we also have those at the national level. So we have some countries that are quite advanced, like Kenya, who already have a very nice established tool, but you also have other member states that are at different capacities. So I think this initiative will be very important if it's able to harmonize all these efforts and make sure that now we are speaking the same language. As I presented, we already have an existing tool, which is a multi-pass data collection tool. We have other agencies which have other tools. FAO has their own tool. So this initiative will be very key to see how we can bring all these partners together and find a way in which we can have a centralized hub. I remember when Kenya was presenting, they mentioned one of the challenges is having a regional data hub where we can all access this information in one centralized hub. If you remember, there was also, I believe Felegi also mentioned that the FAO, we are all familiar with FAMUs and also the FAO data, Desert Locust Hub. These are hubs now that collect data across beyond the East African region or beyond the IGAD region. And sometimes it could be a challenge if you want to easily access this data. So if there's a way we can have our own regional data hub, which is open access and can be accessed by anyone within the region to make any analysis or to understand what is happening, then we'll really have made a big milestone in the region. So I believe that should be the goal for this initiative.
I think this issue was discussed a lot, and I think finally we agreed to have something, because this data collection tool was first developed by DLCO. Then we thought this data collection center could be in DLCO because the mandate of the pest, particularly the locust, armyworm, and quail bird, is for this is another regional organization, and that was the agreement first, and the data collection format was developed. Still, it is in the progress. There are some things which are missing. Through time, we can improve that one. It's not a matter of competition, but this tool might not include even the one with IGAD is not include one of the member countries. That means IGAD is one country minus DLCO, where we have the Tanzania, particularly for African armyworm and the quail bird. That is the source. So I think from this meeting, even I'm expecting where this data, where we can centralize this database, and how we can utilize, as it was mentioned even by my colleague. We don't have to have here and there and there and there, because FAO has its own, and IGAD, DLCO, and the other, all are for the same objectives. But we have to try to look at which is appropriate, where to have this thing. Again, with the support of even World Bank, we have to extend even this data collection questionnaires to include even some environmental issues also. So these environmental issues are really very important. Myself and from the World Bank team, we were doing the environmental audit and environmental impact assessment. Then we came to know we need this information during the locust control operation or during the locust survey operation. So we are trying to develop including this one. So it's not a matter of developing, but how can we harmonize? It is all for the same goal, for the same target. So I think this is what I want to say. So tomorrow we might discuss very detailed things.
Thank you very much, Tofelege. Tomorrow you'll be giving us a presentation, a whole presentation on this. So thanks for the preamble for tomorrow's presentation and discussion thereafter. This is a very rich discussion. So let's continue on the same spirit. Any other input? Okay, we want to switch. I hear the ship is leaning on this side, so we would like to move so that we don't capsize. We would like to move on this other end. Let me just request you to stand, if you don't mind. It's called adult education. As after lunch, concentration can be a bit challenging, but I'm sure we are managing just fine. Huh? Yeah. So, do we have any person good at energizing? I forgot my workshop energizing tools. So maybe let's just reach out to the roof. Huh? We want to push this roof. Which floor are we on? This is the 4th floor. Eh? This building goes up to 20th floor. So are we on the 20th floor? Okay, so let's come back to the 4th floor here. Stretch, that's round. We're on the 4th floor. Let's move down to the 2nd and slowly until the receptionist should feel us. Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much. So you can take your seats. And any other input from the member states? Maybe the presenters could say something from what is just emerged already. Maurice, and then we come to FAO, Dr. Wakcho.
Mine, I just want to follow up from the colleague from IGAT in terms of the data flow. How frequently you do coordinate with the country offices to share the data, and where is the data coming from? Is it from the focal person at the country level or from the surveillance team at the local levels? How is the data flow? And how do you always, the dissemination and the feedback of the data back to the country? Is there where bulletins that, because in most cases sometimes we do open some data, you can see some countries is reading nil, no informations. From example, I can say South Sudan, there is no informations. And how come at the same time you have someone from the country who is the focal person for that, and it has been trained? Do you have any feedback mechanism? Follow with the person you have trained that to provide the data, to provide the information. He has to make sure the countries sharing the information, because this is some of the things that also we may need to learn and know exactly. If there is a gap, where is this gap? How can we improve? How can we work on it? Thank you.
FAO is represented, so you wanted me to speak. Mine will be like general things. Yeah, looking in, let me see it. Huh? All right. I was closely following the all presentations, and I've seen similarities in terms of recommendations. My reflection on the recommendation is, I think there are a list of recommendations, right? So I think there is a need to filter which recommendations are really relevant. I mean, normally recommendations comes from lessons and experience, so we have to look into that. I don't want to mention the country, but I've seen list of recommendations, so I think that's very, very important. Yeah, the country specific recommendation. I think there is also similarities among recommendations. So we have to bring those recommendations, similarities, in order to address at how do you call it, at Horn of Africa level. That's one observation. The other one is I was expecting what are the lessons that we learned from the previous engagement. That's very, very important. One, to come up with the solutions. Two, to bring resources in order to focus our engagement. So there is a need to note recommendations. I mean lessons from the previous engagement. Data sharing, coordination, capacity building. What are the which one are the difficulty one? Because I have seen that countries were recommending we have to strengthen data sharing. What are the current existing challenges, and have you experienced specific challenges that we encountered, and are you really clear on what do we mean by strengthening data sharing? So we have to go deep into that situations, but I think in general I'm very much happy that FAO was mentioned here and there. So we will continue to be a technical organization to support this engagement. My colleague is around to support me in the technical issues, but in general this is very important. And we'll see, I mean, we are expecting more representation, so some of the issues that I'm mentioning may be addressed in the coming presentation, but in general it's a good initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Warkcho. Indeed, it's very refreshing to hear that, and that a confirmation from FAO that you will continue to work as you're already doing with the member states, and of course with the other partners, be it DLCO and IGAD, and many others who want to come on board. Thank you very much for that additional information and affirmation. So anybody else? Okay, yeah, the ship was to come this side.
Thank you very much. I think just one suggestion to the regional organization. I think you have a lot more to do in terms of, for example, data and information sharing. Because, for example, it may not be easy for individual countries, to be able to lead that type of engagement, If you take a look at what happened in the West African region, you have regional organizations that have developed mechanism, to share information, but also to provide feedback. For example, a number of the maybe regulations or technical notes, I remember one of our regional projects in West Africa on inputs. A lot of the regulations about sales, had to be gazetted in each of the countries to make sure that some of these things are institutionalized. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So I see a lot of roles for the regional organizations to coordinate, because even listening to some of the presentations, you see a lot of things happening in different countries. How do other people benefit? So I think there's a lot more to be done. I know resources is usually a limiting constraint, but I think we need to focus more on the need and begin to argue, resources to probably come to meet us. Because there's a need to do a lot of harmonization to make sure that countries can benefit from knowledge or technologies or, tools that are already being used efficiently in their countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we all know that the bank, indeed, people wonder, the World Bank, is it really a financing agency, a funding agency? My experience with the World Bank, it is more of a knowledge bank than a financing. They have experiences from all over the world, and I heard about the good or the best practices going on in North Africa, in West Africa, in the Arab Peninsula that was mentioned. So we are not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I think there are other things that have been done. It's just a question of adaptation to our own, maybe uniqueness in our region. The other thing that I've picked up is the whole question of trying to harmonize the recommendations that have already emerged from the country presentations and the lessons learned from previous engagements, as Dr. Wakcho has mentioned. Our repertoire and Rahel, I think we'll have a presentation towards the end of the workshop tomorrow. We'll do our best tonight and even tomorrow to really start getting some common areas and areas where we are diverting. We'll see how we can bring them or strengthen them even better. Having said that, is there any other input, please? I don't want to stop anybody. We have good time. Yeah, before we take our break.
Thank you so much. Actually, just to appreciate this workshop, I want to say that from the lessons learned during the 2019 to 2021 Desert Locust, actually we appreciated World Bank through ELRP project that facilitated the country to develop a strategy. We have a Kenyan strategy, and in the morning, Madam Director, who represented our peers, said that yes, there's a partner who came and looked at the second pillar on ICT. And given that I know RCA, is it a Regional Center for Mapping, also has some member countries represented here. They also supported our country to develop what we call Crop Protect app. And as we speak, Kenya, we are not behind so far, because from the lessons learned and the tools that were existing, given that some of the tools are getting out or not, or they are just pest specific, we wanted to broaden the scope, at least be able to report several pests using one tool. So we piloted that app, I think, in 3 counties. Of course, we are thinking on how now to upscale to the remaining counties. So if we can ride on that and try to check whether we are on track when it comes to integrating, because you had our friends from South Sudan say that we gave them some pests. Locust came from Kenya too. So if we can also look at that particular app and see whether we can go global in terms of now reporting, so that we are able to use that tool and at least do something with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can move. Let me just move there and then come back to you, Emily. Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Just building up on what my colleague have said, because in this forum we are at 2 different sets. We have those countries that are breeding ground, implying the staff are always doing surveillance, they are always reporting. And then we have those that we say they are invasion. And hopefully that the breeding countries are able to do control. We hope we are not going to get an invasion within the next 20 or so years to come. So for us to be united and to continue working together, then I think it will be very paramount for us to expand the scope of the pests that we are dealing with, so that those countries that are reporting on desert locust, others are reporting on querea, what is happening there, have they done surveillance, have they done control, are we also reporting on the African migratory locust, the tree locusts, the African armyworm, those pests that we know they are transboundary and they have significant impact of our national food security. So if we use that kind of a holistic approach, we are always going to be vibrant. We are meeting, we are seeing data, data is flowing, we are analyzing that data, and then should we have an upsurge of DL that goes beyond the breeding countries, then the systems in the other countries are going to be always updated, and it will be very easy to trigger the mechanisms now to put those control operations in a very quick way. So I think broadening the scope will be very important, and ensuring that we are working together. No countries are being left behind, because the safety and of each one of us depends upon each of the member countries being able to undertake their role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just next to you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you so much. I think I just felt intrigued, and thank you so much. I couldn't agree more with what you said, especially when you talked about expanding the scope. Because for us now in South Sudan, I know we have already ended the ELRP, and we are now asking ourselves what next, and what will we be able to do on our own. But the biggest pest after the desert locust, it is the quilla birds for us. And every year it destroys a big number of crops. So I think I like that idea on how to have a holistic approach, and also the call of consolidating all our efforts as a region and having a central database and data management where all of us are able to access the data that we need regularly and easily. So thank you so much for enriching the recommendations.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me just finish with Emily and then come back to you and Maurice. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to respond to Maurice. You had asked about how the tool works, and how are we collecting the data, and how is the feedback going to the member states. So I wanted to clarify that as IGAD, we are not mandated to collect data. So we are not the ones collecting the data. Our mandate is to facilitate. So basically, this is a tool that is open access. It can be utilized by anyone within the member states. So what we have is we have a technical working group, an early warning technical working group, where we have focal points in each of the member states. So the work of the focal point is now to advocate for the country task team to utilize this open source questionnaire to be able to collect this data. Then this data now can be centrally stored in the server and can be accessed by anyone. So that is how the tool is structured. So we don't have any data collection initiative where we go to the field and we collect the data. It is now the member states' initiative to collect the data, and then now it is housed in the server. Then now we can go further to analyze the data and now provide information in form of bulletins, which are now disseminated through the focal point and through other channels where we can now even broadcast them on the social media and other mechanisms. So that is how we have structured it. So it is not, I just needed to clarify that we are not the ones who are collecting the data. Then in terms of the coverage, I also want to put to your attention that for ICPAC, which is now IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, it is a specialized institution within IGAD. So our mandate goes beyond our member states, our 8 member states. So basically we serve both the IGAD member states as well as the East African community. So as ICPAC, we serve 11 member states. So in addition to the 8, we have Tanzania, we have Rwanda and Burundi. So I think it's important as we discuss tomorrow to also have that in mind, that as we discuss about how far the early warning system is supported, then we go beyond the 8 member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would also love to weigh into the discussion on matters of surveillance and early warning with an experience from Kenya. And one key component of an early warning system is the data itself. I know we can talk about the early warning system, but minus the data itself, it is not a system. And to weigh in on data, accessing this data and collecting this data within our boundaries is always resource heavy in terms of the facilitation of ensuring that the people who are collecting the data can do data that is quality, that is sufficient, and also that is accurate. And so my forward thinking to this early warning system and the discussion that we are having here is that let us also put into our mind that as we have this early warning system, how can we sustain this data collection exercise going forward? Because it is not, so that this system does not become an exercise in futility. A Kenyan experience is where we have the Crop Protect app, and we really, when we came to analyze the kind of the resources that we used during the to facilitate the initial data collections, it was quite heavy. And my forward thinking is that to the development partners and maybe the World Bank team is to also see a way of that when we have these systems, that we also see a way of sustaining the data collection exercise going forward. And mine will go to our member countries, maybe where World Bank teams are having projects like the LRP project that is running, or any other project that is coming up, that let us also see a way of infusing the data collection exercise into these projects so that we sustain it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that input. And things are coming together. I couldn't agree with you more. You know, we can't really talk about early warning if we have a weak data collection or data collection mechanisms, because early warning feeds from effective data collection. So, Frankie, you have anything to say? Yeah.
No, that's fine. You know, first of all, I want to kind of say that I really like that all the country presentations and how very much you, in many ways, identify exactly the same issues or challenges, and that also you all raise the commitment to work regionally and collaboratively. So I think that's a really good thing to hear. Of course, the issue then is how do you actually do that? How do you make it work for that? And you know, so there's absolutely. I mean, we you know, we have been supporting these systems, and we see how important the role is. But what I would really like to see or turn back to you is I really want to also see the country ownership and the programming. Right? We just week before last we were launching the Food Crisis Preparedness Plan in South Sudan. Similar, you know, all of your countries have plans of that sort. Well, are they sufficiently budgeted, right? And if they're not, no, in which a lot of you indicated that this is tricky and it's difficult, and we just also heard on data collection and sustainability, where we can help and support, but we can't be the ones making it sustainable. That's on you. And so what can, and that would be also maybe, you know, good to see, what can be done, or how can a workshop like this and coordination with, you know, regional institutions help you in making that the statement, so that you actually, in terms of the ambition that is there, the plan that is there, and that the budget that's needed to actually implement that they come together. You know, so how much of the budget that you have is actually allocated to these types of efforts? Is that sufficient? What more would be needed? Those are elements that are also very helpful for us to then communicate with, you know, your ministries of finance and in the larger government context. Because at the end, and you know, we've seen that now with you know, US aid at a sudden disappearance, you can't count on this, right? As you can't count on these tools, you can count on these tools to help you get better and improve what you're doing, but you can't count on them to be making, you know, the day-to-day efforts that are needed, you know, from these tools, because they might fall away. And that's a true risk, right, that I think you all see. So what can we do collectively to kind of get better on that, you know? And so I think that would be something tomorrow, if we can get a little bit more, you know, of suggestions out of that. What you need from us, besides financing, in terms of, you know, vision, communication, that we can support you. Yes, absolutely, we can also for sure make sure that in our projects that we have in various countries, you know, early warning and, you know, data collection is integrated. A lot of that is already happening. And we also have a digital team that's quite keen to work with the agriculture team, so we can also try to see how to bring them more in. But then I hear exactly what you've discussed also before. A lot is already happening. So there's a lot of tools and maybe a little bit of duplication here and there as well. And so I think this workshop is also about how we bring these together, so that, you know, all the efforts that are made are really serving everyone in the best way possible. So if we can, you know, also tomorrow end up with a little bit of that kind of strategic vision of what you feel is needed next, would be also super helpful. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thanks. I just want to pick it up from the last comment from my colleague from Kenya. I think there is one aspect we focus much on the technical aspects, the data collection, the data sharing, the surveillance, information, and all that. But behind all this, for the success, there is one aspect also, need the member countries also to find a way how to adopt it, the issue of coordinations among them, the member states, specifically in terms of pest surveillance. As most of the pests, sometimes we are dealing with the migratory pests. As someone mentioned here, that the pest doesn't need a visa to cross the country. And if there is no strong coordination mechanism in place between the member state, the member's country, it will become very difficult to survey and monitor the pest movement specifically. And some countries is already in advanced level. Some are using the aerial surveillance. And sometimes it may lead to cross-border surveillance. But if there is no strong coordination in place, it may cause some problems, because the plane coincidentally, maybe it may cross the border. It may create issues. I have an experience of 20, I think my brother Felege, we have been following up that very keenly in 2020, when the helicopters, pest surveillance helicopters from Kenya, crossed the border to South Sudan, and it was forced to land. And the plane was kept for some time, but because lack of information, there is no share of information. I'm just giving this as an example, and it will be good, whatever the activities we have, specifically once we are dealing with the migratory pests, let us share the information among ourselves, among the neighbors, the neighbor's country. Let us be alert. And this is why the reason we have the early warning system. The early warning system, it will not work only within the country, but it will work also up to your neighboring country, because you can alert your governments, you can also alert your neighbors. And this one doesn't require also only to work with the high leadership of the country, but as a colleague, as the MPP or the National Plant Protection Officers of members' country, you can coordinate among yourself, call Taban, call friends from Kenya, all of you have your contact among yourself. You can alert, look, we are dealing with these situations here. It may reach also your country. Be alert, be ready, be informed. And the member country can take this information and share with the leadership. We expect this will happen. It may reach out at the country. Maybe there is this kind of interventions. Let us be aware, and all the information can be shared across. I think this is one of the things that we really need, a part of only data sharing and surveillance information and early warning informations and all that. We may need also to strengthen the coordinations among the members' country. Thank you.
I think you've taken us to the much-deserved break. Unless somebody has another, we could take a break now, digest this lots of information that has come through, and when we come back, we will have another very short presentation. I think it is from Zebedeus Salato, yeah? Yeah. So really just to give us his own experience, but also the experience that is going on in terms of survey and early warning, how we can strengthen the surveys and the early warning systems in our region. But he will also draw from his from maybe other global experiences. So I don't want to preempt that. So let's take a break now and come back slightly early so that we can maybe even break earlier than we had planned. So it is now just past quarter to 4. So can we take like a 30 minutes? Is 30 minutes or 20 minutes? 20 minutes, huh? So 20 minutes from now, let's come back 10 minutes past 4. 10 minutes past 4, yeah? And then we have that presentation and take an early break. It's been a long day. You want to walk freely? Okay, please go ahead.
Really very fast here and there, but I will stand there and present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One correction is I know the World Bank staff, but I am working in the Locust Emergency Response Project, which is funded by Desert Locust. The project belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture. This is one correction. Thank you, really. You, yeah, he went me back. He made me back, really, to memorize everything myself, and thank you for that. Yeah, the title of my presentation is, as you can see here, Importance of Strengthening Desert Locust Survey and Early Warning. This one, really, the member states did their presentation in these titles, but their presentation is what they did. My presentation is a recommendation, like requirements, really, how it look like, really, the survey and early warning system which we are thinking should have really like a coordinated, integrated, and which has a really scientific background, like which fulfills global standard, and which we are really thinking to build at regional level, not only for one country, but for the region. That we'll see, and I will, before going there, I have introduction, sorry. I have introduction. In the introduction part, I will take you back to the upsurge period, because Dr. Werkicho was mentioning that we all heard that really lessons learned from the past upsurge. So I prefer to see what were really, what was the cause, what were the cause of that upsurge. If we understand the cause, we might not really stop upsurge, plague, or outbreak of desert locust, because it is a climate-driven, it has its own natural phenomena, natural cause. But what we can do is, if we understand really the cause of upsurge or outbreak, we can prepare ourselves before. And rather than acting after it has been invaded and spread to several areas, to strengthening the preventive measures. The second one is, we will see in the introduction part also, how really desert locusts move around through intertropical convergence zone from west to North Africa, then east, and then to Arabian Peninsula, and then again to west, Southwest Asia, and come back following that line, how it moves, and recession and invasion areas throughout the world. Then after we'll see the components of survey, why we conduct survey, components of early warning, best practices for an effective system strengthening, key enablers to strengthen the system, challenges and conclusions. I don't want to take more time, because during the speech, this all have been said. There's a locust, among locust species, it is very destructive. When we mean, there are several locusts, China locust, Australia locust, red locust, as we all know, Moroccan locust, brown locust, and African migratory locust, tree locust and others which have been mentioned by countries. But desert locust is very unique among really all those locusts, but these are its unique nature and features, so that this is really which favors desert locust to be really more destructive and more than any other locusts in the world. Why is Horn of Africa vulnerable? Really, it's not only actually Horn of Africa, but the nature of Horn of Africa is different from Arabian Peninsula and also Indo-Pakistan and also West and North Africa. But ours is because of the rainfall, soil texture, and moisture temperature which locust requires to breed, we have ideal condition here. If once the locust cross really to the Horn of Africa, this situation favors locusts to breed in the Horn of Africa. So this is a unique nature. And also the Horn of Africa countries have vast, remote, inaccessible areas because locusts breed in semi-arid and arid areas which are not easily reached by survey team, control team. So it breed freely there. But climate change is the one which increase frequency of locust breeding, because one of our colleagues, maybe the Kenyan colleague this morning during his presentation, he mentioned about cyclones. These cyclones are really the one which transport swarms to the Horn of Africa, and cyclones are the one which really made good condition, suitable and best condition for perfect breeding in Arabian Peninsula. That is known as MPT quarter. We can refer between Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Yemen. There is a vast area which is inaccessible to reach there and conduct survey. And then on those areas, there's a locust breed freely without really prediction and detection. And then it's spread all over the world at that time. 9 consecutive generations have been bred there as thanks to FAO. Actually, I acknowledge it at the end of this, because FAO, the Locust Information Service, have made a lot during 2018 about the phenomena of really cyclone in the Arabian Peninsula. And limited national capacity, which the countries mentioned this morning, are really made the Horn of Africa very vulnerable, because our capacity is limited. We cannot catch immediately as the locusts arrive to the country and control it. And insecurity also, or conflicts here and there. The cause is actually climate change. As I tried to discuss on the previous slide, the MPT quarter in Southern Arabian Peninsula, as this area, the locusts breed freely and multiplied and then spread to the Horn of Africa. Thanks to the Locust Information Service, there are 3 cyclones. The first one was May 2018, Cyclone Makun in the Arabian Peninsula, which brought 60 millimeter rainfall around that desert, which favored locust breeding. On October 2018, again, another cyclone, Luban, still in Arabian Peninsula, and 3 generations were bred because of these 2 cyclones. After a year or 9 months, December 2019, Cyclone Pawan, this was in the Horn of Africa, then in the same area of locust swarms invaded area. So this made really locust very, very vast and massive swarm, which spread all over Arabian Peninsula, East Africa, Southwest Asia, Iran, Iraq, and as we can see from this map, we can see the red arrows. The red ones are the dangerous area where serious breeding have been taken place in summer. These are also the area Kenya and Ethiopia are included here. Yemen, you can see the one with the red is very dangerous area where continuous breeding have been taken place, and these arrows are the migration directions, and some are for breeding seasons, which countries mentioned, for summer breeding, winter breeding, and spring breeding, so that locusts really spread all over and then come to the Horn of Africa and stayed here a long time, really 2019 to not even 2021. I have an argument, because in Ethiopia and some part of Somalia, there were locusts in 2022. And even the swarm declined, but locust was there. And it stayed from 2019 to 2022, who came from this way all downward here, reached to Tanzania, some part, Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya, Ethiopia, and again went back, crossing Ethiopia to Somalia, and went back to Indo-Pakistan, and then crossed to Arabian Peninsula, to Sudan, Eritrea, and again Saudi Arabia, Egypt. It covered everywhere. So at that time, I remember that there was a ministerial briefing which all countries sat together in Ethiopia, and Keith Chrisman, Felege is very familiar with him. He presented that Ethiopia invaded while Locust is coming down, and again where Locust is going up. So Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, this area were really very, very much affected countries among other countries. But others are also very much affected. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, this one I don't want to repeat, but just to show you that we are not simply mentioning North and West Africa, because locusts start from there, breed one season there in West and North Africa, and cross through the down to the southern part of West Africa and to the east, and then cross to Arabian Peninsula, and then go. So that winter breeding takes, winter and the spring are very close each other, and take place around the yellow arrows, and then cause resulting migration. Again, the black arrow shows that summer breeding areas, and we can see here the summer breeding in Sudan. It cross Red Sea, goes there, and then return some swarms for breeding back to the West and North Africa. So that this is a recession period, meaning calm, or the existence of very scattered or group of solitary or very few gregarious ones are breeding around here. This is the recession area, meaning the existence of really most suitable breeding areas for locust. Lessons learned. One of the worst crises, as we mentioned, in 25 years for Ethiopia, Somalia, and others, and 70 years for Kenya. That does not mean that locust did not existed in between. Locust was there, but a very minimum outbreak existed in between upsurge and the previous upsurge. So that at the onset of a really initial period of locust, affected countries were suffered, as I mentioned before. There was a significant lack of trained personnel. I am really telling you that not only the experience of Ethiopia, experience of all other countries. We were communicating with plant protection directorates and functional logistics, vehicle for survey, equipment like sprayers, tools, even survey tools. And also early warning was perfect. Early warning, FAA from the satellite imagery and other ground truths, they provided on time. But however, due to limited or limitation in resource, logistic and tools, survey and control operation started only after locust, spread all over, and slow international response. The response was really after Dr. Workchoka, and I remember that even FAO and others reacted after 10s or 11 months after we received serious swarms from really different parts. And lessons learned is building national and regional capacity. This is what we are really talking. But in which area? In which area is very important. And strengthening survey and early warning system, rapid and integration action, continuous funding, financial capacity. This does not mean funding, as maybe all of you mentioned, seeking for donors. Nations, countries really can contribute, and then if they seek fund beyond that, that may convince. So the importance of survey is clear for you, because this morning all countries really discussed all this, so I don't want to go in detail in this part. Oh. Okay. Zano? He's touching laptop. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Components of survey. We should really, when we say survey, we should have really components. This components. Some 3 components. This might not be exhaustive, but we can discuss. Human component is one component. Human component, according to really desert locust, each country knows its breeding areas. So according to the breeding area and areas to be surveyed, we have to have enough number of survey team. One survey team, I'm talking about one survey team. Each country should have their own number of survey team depending on their area infested and their area they intend to survey. So that survey team should have team leader, an experienced survey officer who make decision, identify locust and stages, and ensures data quality. This area is very important. Identification is not simple because there are about 6 instars, 5 instars in different phases of locust, so that if one cannot really properly identify which instar he is looking or he is reporting, that really can be a problem. So that driver, field assistant, experts, community scouts, this is one team. So if we have 10 survey team in one country, each team can contain these components. The second one is equipment and tools. This one Felege will go in detail. I don't want to go detail, but digital data collection and the recording system. These devices were there, but countries mentioned that they have this amount of this detailed tools, but these tools like GPS, camera, satellite modem, and Kobo tool box for the time being, which we prefer should be there, and navigation and communication equipment. Felege will go in detail of this. And again, equipment, field equipment for specimen collection and identification. Identification is very important, as I mentioned. There are different stages of hoppers. Matures are different, immature and mature, so that if we are really looking for locust, we should clearly report the type of locust, its stages, and field guides. We are also feeling the locust data and also ecological data, vegetation data. During that time, plant species identification is required. There is an identification guide for locust-prone countries, which is prepared by FOA. That handbook can help to identify plant species and meteorological data. And vehicles are very important because four-wheel drive vehicles, we not recommend really one vehicle for one team. Since the area is very remote and harsh, for that remote desert area, we recommend 2 vehicles to go together. If something happens, one can pull the other and they can really overcome that area. So meteorological data is also very important. Soil moisture, soil texture, and the thermometer for ground and aerial temperature, and fuel and water supply. If camping is needed, if survey area is very close to localities and towns, we can come really pass our night in towns and go back and survey. But locust survey needs to be the locust officer very early there in the field. So camping is very important. I don't know. During the past, like Tabarak, me, Falege, the old people, while we were doing a survey, we are camping in the field and doing survey. But the youngsters, we advise you really to camp in the field and conduct your survey. The third component is information component. Historical data is very important, data backup. E-Locust 3 system we used long time. Each country should have their own data storage, data backup. This is very important for modeling, satellite-derived maps. The integration of all this is very important for modeling and what we mentioned. The second component is early warning, ecological monitoring. By the way, the survey and early warning are very interrelated. So some terminologies we used in survey as a component we can use during the early warning, because the early warning pushes us or recommends us to conduct again survey, so that satellite imagery, climate and weather data, integration with historical data, these are the first component of early warning. Unless otherwise, we have this, with this data full in our system, we cannot provide early warning system. The second component is forecasting and risk assessment. Data synthesis, combining data from different sites and integrating field reports, remote sensing, and meteorological information. In the remote sensing, I am not sure whether now we are really conducting remote sensing. Is there any country conducting remote sensing? Do we have a capacity? Please tell me. So this is really the area where we should think, and predictive modeling. I put deliberately here because Emily this morning, she was talking about modeling. That is really what we need. FUA, they have modeling, but because of the interruption of E-Locust 3 system and the Ramsas currently in doubt, and the DLCOA previously they have modeling, but we should have really a strong regional institution who can really carry out modeling for us. For that, we need experts to train around here, remote sensing, data analysis system, and predictive modeling system, and vulnerability assessment, identify areas and community most at risk based on agricultural system, food security status, and socio-economic factors. In the meantime, while carrying out really our early warning system, we should look this from our information. And then dissemination of early warning, as one of our speaker mentioned this morning, the information which we disseminate should be clear, simple, targeted outputs. Early warning forecast must be easy to understand to decision makers and affected countries. Multi-channel communication. Currently, countries are using WhatsApp, SMS, Telegram, radio. This is mentioned this morning. So once when we really prepare early warning system, that alert should be pushed back to the target area for action through these channels. But the system should have its own communication room. What I was arguing during our Locust emergency response project mission with our in Ethiopia with our officers is once the data are really collected in field and transferred back to the center analyze that and produce early warning alert. That is not pushed through the system. That is sent through email, through letter, through telephone, through WhatsApp. So people may not be really engaged to refer to these systems unless we agree together with a group which we are working together. Monthly bulletin is there, but we should look this one also. and then national level early warning alerts. Each frontline country should have capacity to address its specific issues regularly. Kenya is proud this morning, and they were reporting that they have one system, but we'll see that one at final. But this is what we are really dreaming even. This is what we are dreaming. Each nation should have their own capacity to provide early warning system alert and make it functional. And the fourth one is coordination. I think Maurice is talking about coordination. Coordination and preparedness. After early warning have been really provided, then coordination is very important. Without coordination, national level coordination, strong internal coordination with ministries and across government agencies and non-government, and then regional and international integration, facilitated by, like currently now, World Bank, DLCO, IGAD, FAO, and Regional Desert Locust Commission. We are under Central Region Commission, except Kenya, I think. These all are regional integrations, but this is very important, but we should have one system which all these regional institutions support. First, we agree with one system, one unified data collection format, which is harmonized, and then analysis system, then forecasting system, then providing early warning and communication system and coordination, so that these institutions can support nations if you have a really harmonized and organized system. And pre-positioning a resource. So if we once achieve all this for preparedness, pre-positioning the resource. During the last upsurge, we were lacking this. Each country were lacking this. Best practices which we taught is continuous monitoring. Even survey is not regular in most countries. After the upsurge have been managed, every country already forgot the situation of locust. Survey means really it does not refer to the presence of locust. Whether locust is there or not, Felege is the one who trained us. He was telling us no locust is answer. Absent, present. If locust is absent, the officer is not forced to continue survey in that site. He moved to somewhere. He collect ecological, soil, general condition informations, and then if locust is absent, that is answer for the survey, and move. So that the regular survey, even during a recession period, is very important. Real-time data flow. Data should not be really what we call obsolete. Locust data should not be obsolete. Real-time data flow utilizing technology for immediate collection and transmission. But which technology? This is the area also which we should really focus on. Strong national capacity. Empowering national locust centers with skilled staff and enough staff, even not 2 and 3. For example, Ethiopia and Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, South Sudan, all member states may have 1 or 3, 1, 2, 3 experts. As to me, this is not enough. Because alternatively, we should have a really strong national capacity, skilled staff, regional and international integration, encourage continuous information sharing with them, and coordinated responses, which we should get from them, and then adaptive strategies, adjusting survey and control plans based on evolving climate pattern and locust dynamics. We don't know which climate really pattern will happen. Last time it was cyclone, maybe La Nino, El Nino, we don't know which can really trigger locust. Harmonized data collection and transmission format and dedicated, we recommend. We are not really putting one organization here. It can be integrated, it can be one dedicated upon our agreement, but dedicated regional responsible organization owning a data center and server and providing early warning alerts to the Horn of Africa. Otherwise, if Kenya has, in Ethiopia also, the Ministry of Culture pushing us to have one digital system, Kukubet. We are doing that, Kukubet, that can work for Ethiopia. Also, Somalia may have their own. That cannot help us really to put hands together and to respond to the dozer locust problem as early as possible. Then key enablers, these have been discussed. Enablers have been discussed in one way or the other. I will pass enablers, and then I will jump to challenge. Challenge, geographical constraints. All of our areas in Horn of Africa are quite different, very similar to Arabian Peninsula. Vast, remote, and inaccessible in desert, but particularly breeding areas are very, really problematic to reach easily. Political instability is there. Incomplete survey and early warning system. This one, we can look solution for this one together. But this one needs effort of each really dedicated expert, offices, ministries, and each of us. Because the survey system, the survey we are doing is incomplete. And it's not continuous. It's not as required. And early warning system is also inconsistent. And climate change, it is there. But we expect, we don't know which climate weather event really will happen in the future. Limitation of fund, this is really everywhere. Shortage of logistics is there. If ministries give priority to plant protection in their ministries and put their really hands to strengthen plant protection system, to have a survey vehicles, to have tools, to have equipments, machines, trained experts, then the countries can look for fund. And connectivity and infrastructure. Poor mobile phone signals. In most of remote areas, experts are reporting that communication is a problem because of internet access. For this, it needs satellite phone and data under reporting and quality. In some cases, incomplete and inaccurate data from the field. The coordinating officers can tell us. Coordination gaps, lack of continuous communication, collaboration between national and regional institutions or organizations. As a conclusion, harmonized operation or harmonized system is the one which we are thinking. Strategic resource pooling. We were listening this morning that aircrafts, if one country really have access aircraft, if not access even, have aircraft they can share to the other, survey team even experts, and by really having a synergy, we can pool this and share together. And indispensable strategy, regional coordination is only viable long-term strategy against transboundary pest. Unless really viable regional coordination, countries cannot really establish a proactive system and operational synergy and shared threat and shared responsibility. Both threat and responsibility, and need to build a resilient, sustainable, and coordinated system. This involves sustained investment in national locust control unit, strengthening regional bodies. We acknowledge really for this all information and for this gathering and Trust Fund, World Bank Group and ELRP, FAO, DLIS, even FAO Ethiopia, because particularly in Ethiopia, we have been really supported a lot. And DLCOA, IGAD, and Ministry of Ethiopia. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of our presentations today and the discussions. We don't want to stretch it further than that, so that we can have a good rest in the evening, and then tomorrow we start with new energy and see how we progress. So tomorrow, unless there is, I don't know, from the World Bank, is there any announcement?